Okay, I am showing 9:05. So thank you all who have made it on time here, and apologies to those online who've been waiting a little bit. Before we get started, our hosts have a couple of emergency slides dealing with what to do in an earthquake, because I know not everyone here is from the West Coast and may not know what to do in an earthquake or other emergency. So I am going to pull up their slide on that.
And there's a comment that the audio is hard to hear.
Okay, we will make sure to speak louder. And then for those in the room, if you have questions or comments, please make sure to be loud with those. So with that, pass it over.
All right, good morning, everybody. These slides are going to be primarily for the folks that are on site with us here.
And actually, could you share the screen?
Yes.
Sorry to everyone online. We are pulling up the slides for our emergency.
Yeah, if I could just start. Hi, everyone. My name is Blake Simmons. I'm the Division Director of Biological Systems and Engineering here at Berkeley Lab. And on behalf of Lab Director Mike Ritherwell, we just want to extend a welcome. It's a delight to have you here, and glad that we could get everybody here to Emery Station East. I'll be talking a little bit later on about Berkeley Lab's ongoing programs in CO2 utilization and carbon capture sequestration a little bit later on. But just wanted to extend an invite, and if anybody's interested, those in the room, we can't do a virtual tour. If you want to stick around after the workshop, I'd be happy to give you a tour of the space. We have a lot of big programs here, including the Joint Bioenergy Institute, which is one of the 4 Biology Research Centers funded by the Office of Science, as well as the Agile Biofoundry, a scale-up facility down on the 3rd floor, including gas fermentation capabilities, the Advanced Biofuels and Bioproducts Process Demonstration Unit. And we are a use-inspired, mission-driven research group, and we'd be delighted to show you around and show you what we do in the labs. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Will to talk about what to do in case of emergency.
And I'm our Facilities, Laboratory Operations, and Safety Manager here on site. We did just have an earthquake in this area in the last couple of days. So just as a reminder for those who may not be familiar, the practice is to duck, cover, and hold. Step underneath, or cover your head underneath the desk you are sitting at if there is an earthquake. And then if there are any emergencies and there would be an alarm notifying us to evacuate the building, we have 3 emergency exits, one on the north side, one on the south side, and one in the center, very much right next to the elevator area where everybody came up today. And as a reminder to all, the elevators are the way to get up to the 4th floor and down from the 4th floor. All of our stairwells will trigger an emergency exit alarm. Our emergency assembly area, once you do proceed down the emergency exit, is to walk 2 to 3 blocks north. There is an empty park in that area where folks from our building congregate. You'll be able to see myself or somebody else in a brightly colored yellow and orange vest, and we will be holding a sign for J-Bay and LBL. If there is anything you need or any questions, you can feel free to let me know. And that's all that I have for this. I'll just remind folks that are here, we have a restroom on the north side of the building and a restroom on the south side of the building. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me pull up our workshop introduction slides, and then we will get going with the task at hand today. So just give me 1 second. Try this one more time. There we go. All right. Well, thank you everyone for joining us today for this U.S. Department of Energy, Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management and USDA Consensus Program, Western Regional Carbon Conversion Procurement Grant Workshop. My name is Alex Krauka. I am a Seattle-based consultant for the U.S. Energy Association. For those of you who are not familiar with USDA, it is a nonprofit, apolitical, non-lobbying organization founded in 1924 that represents the full gamut of the energy industry, very much all of the above. So USDA supports fossils, renewables, nuclear, everything in between, very agnostic towards energy sources. But the goal of the association is to serve as a resource by convening energy stakeholders to share policy, scientific, and technological information to foster the advancement of the entire energy sector. USDA implements projects worldwide, including building regulatory frameworks and sharing best practices to develop cleaner, more accessible, and efficient energy. USDA gets the majority of its funding from work that it does with the U.S. Agency for International Development, the U.S. Department of State, and then obviously the U.S. Department of Energy. USDA has a footprint literally all over the world. I think the only continents that USDA does not have projects are Australia and Antarctica. Otherwise, we're involved. Like I said, every continent not pictured here, but we do have a large footprint and a lot of work going on in Eastern Europe, which, as I'm sure everyone knows, is incredibly important today. But the program that brings us here today is what we call the Consensus Program. It is a cooperative agreement with DOE's Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management that seeks to educate the public, policymakers, industry, and other stakeholders and build a consensus on the benefits of and requirements for CCUS and other carbon management technologies. So think carbon dioxide removal, methane emissions mitigation, sustainable development of rare earths, critical minerals, a lot of what falls under the purview of FECM, USDA through its consensus program seeks to assist. We do this through a series of activities such as briefings, workshops such as today's, reports and white papers that we'll put out throughout the year, and then we have a monthly news clips that we put out to help keep our stakeholders informed. If anyone would like to subscribe to our news clips or to our mailing list, please email my colleague Michelle Littlefield at mlittlefield@usda.org. Just a quick disclaimer, I'm not going to read through all of this, but this part of the workshop is being recorded. I will discuss that further in a moment here. So this is a hybrid workshop, obviously. So for those who are attending virtually, they are attending via Zoom. The meeting where we are all here together is being recorded. We're going to have a few breakout sessions as well. Those will only be recorded for our note-taking purposes, our summary report writing purposes. For the breakout sessions, we will not be making the recording of the breakout session public. So we ask that you please be candid in your feedback that you give today. And for those online, please keep yourself muted unless you're speaking. And then for bandwidth purposes or you know, technology in the 21st century, which should normally go well, but it doesn't, please keep yourself off camera unless you're in the breakout session, at which point we will encourage the use of cameras. Exits and bathrooms for those of us in the room. Thankfully, LVL and JBay, they gave us a little more in-depth presentation on that. But just as a reminder, bathrooms are at the end of the hallway. Each side closest is that way, apparently. A quick note about the Federal Advisory Committee Act. Again, I'm not going to read through all of these bullets, but the important thing to note here is that this effort is not part of a federal advisory committee. We cannot provide advice. We're not driving towards consensus. Kind of the best way to look at this effort is almost as a live request for information. DOE is going to be putting out a lot of info, as well as asking to receive info. They make no promises that they will act on what is discussed today, but this is all useful in moving forward in the future. But the emphasis is that we are not driving towards consensus. We are seeking feedback. We have a packed agenda today. I'm not going to go through all of this, but kind of the general structure of today is information dissemination from DOE. DOE is going to give everyone kind of an idea of what the Office of Carbon Management is up to, and then more specifically this carbon conversion program and the idea behind it and the goals for it. Then we'll go into kind of the economics and life cycle aspects of carbon conversion, particularly from DOE's point of view. And then we will end the day with some kind of regional highlights and opportunities of carbon conversion. We'll have kind of a couple state government presenters, have national lab presenters, and then kind of an industry view. So trying to get as broad a perspective as possible. So with that, I'm going to stop talking and introduce our first speaker for the day, who is joining us virtually, Mark Takevich, Director of the Office of Carbon Management Technologies at DOE's Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. Mark, I'm going to stop sharing. At that point, you should be able to share your screen, and we see that you are pulling it up. And then if you want to go ahead, put that in full screen and unmute yourself, and the floor is yours, sir. And Mark, we see your screen, and it looks like you've just unmuted.
Yep. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So thanks everyone, and thanks USCA for scheduling and arranging the workshop today. And apologies can't be there in person, but it's great that we're able to do this hybrid, and definitely
Mark, you seem to have frozen on our end. Apologies to everyone. It looks like Mark is coming back.
You're muted, Mark.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So just
But
high level.
your slides dropped off, Mark. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, okay. I was just commenting how great hybrids are. All right, is that better?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so thanks. Just high level, the role of carbon management, critical to addressing the challenge. When you're thinking about, the role of CCS, it's one of the key pillars to help achieve net zero emissions. Just highlighting some of the key outcomes or points that were made in the energy technology perspectives from IEA, about a year and a half, 2 years ago. Again, reaching net zero virtually impossible without CCUS. It's not just power, but it also helps address heavy industry. It's one of the 2 pathways to low carbon hydrogen. When we're thinking about carbon management as a toolbox, we're thinking about CCUS, but we're also thinking about carbon dioxide removal as well, and removing CO2 from the atmosphere. And just one other point, highlighting this is that when they in this report, when they were thinking about moving the decarbonization goal from say 2070 to 2050, it required an increase of CCUS by 50%. So again, just highlighting the importance of carbon management as one of the tools in the toolbox to address the climate challenge. Just diving into fossil energy and carbon management, we actually changed our name about a year and a half or so ago. It was previously fossil energy, but we added carbon management to our name because it's been such a critical and important role as part of our program and its activities. I would say over the past, definitely over the past decade, but probably even more so over, I would say, even stretching back 15, 20 years. So just looking at it, it's really to help us address the new goals stated by President Biden, 50% emissions reduction by 2030, CO2 emissions free power by 2035, and net zero by 2050. And when we're thinking about this role of carbon management, it's, thinking about it in terms of the different sectors and the approaches that might be tailored to the different sectors that we're thinking about throughout the economy, and the greenhouse gas emissions within each of those sectors as well. We're also emphasizing environmental justice, and I know our colleague Holly Buck will be speaking on that right after me, but really building that into all the work that we're doing throughout the department and the office today. We recently revised our and restructured our organization about a year ago, where we have 2 primary offices, the Office of Carbon Management, where we have a Deputy Assistant Secretary, and I'm currently leading the R&D efforts in that space. But then we also have an analysis, regulatory, and policy related side within our Office of Carbon Management, where Holly Buck will be speaking on some of our SCI work. She sits within that office. But we also have an Office of Resource Sustainability that looks at the critical mineral production and methane mitigation activities as well. So really starting to see this shift of our portfolio and emphasizing more the role that we play in addressing the environmental and climate impacts of fossil fuels, but also on carbon dioxide removal as well. And again, just looking at current emphasis, a lot on the hardest to decarbonize applications in the electricity and industrial, but really starting to ramp up our carbon dioxide removal and our carbon conversion efforts as well. We recently, about 6 months ago, we released our updated strategic vision document, which kind of sets the framework and guides our engagement across the offices within the department, federal agencies, industries, stakeholders, and various communities as well, with 3 primary pillars: advancing justice, labor, and engagement, advancing carbon management approaches toward deep decarbonization, and advancing technologies that lead to sustainable energy resources. So again, really taking this broad approach to the work that we're doing and kind of expanding it out into that engagement side. Historically, most of our work has been on the supply side, where we've been doing more of that research and development, pushing technologies out. So the one great thing about this workshop and the input that and discussions that we're looking to hear today is really what are some of those things on that demand side? How can we work to do some of that market pull as well? So again, really looking at the importance and highlighting the importance of the workshop today. Diving into the infrastructure law a little bit, there's a number of key elements within fossil energy and carbon management, and this is mostly just kind of high level, setting the stage for some of the different activities that we have. There's the carbon dioxide removal efforts, mostly focused on direct air capture, where we have $3.5 billion for direct air capture hubs, and then also $115 million for DAC technology prize competition, both pre-commercial, which is $15 million, and $100 million for commercial prizes. Front-end engineering design studies for, it says carbon capture technology program, but it's actually more focused on infrastructure when you read the provision, the language of the infrastructure law for that particular provision. So this is things like pipeline transport, rail transport, shipping activities. Carbon dioxide utilization and storage, $2.5 billion on the carbon storage validation and testing, really looking at how can we characterize a number of resources throughout the United States for carbon storage activities. And then one of the key areas of why we're here today is looking at our carbon utilization program and $310 million. And it specifically called out some of the work on procurement grants and availability of those grants for state and local entities as well. So just highlighting the importance that carbon utilization was placed upon carbon utilization from Congress through the infrastructure law. And then finally, critical minerals and materials managed through our other office. We also have the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations, where we're coordinating and collaborating with that office. There's a number of provisions that we're working with them on to implement. OCED was established in less than a year ago in December 2021. Building on some of the existing DOE investments and our R&D, but a number of areas they're looking at specifically from the infrastructure bill: hydrogen hubs, $8 billion for hydrogen hubs, $3.5 billion for carbon capture demonstrations and large pilots, and then finally $2.1 billion from the Loan Programs Office for carbon dioxide transport infrastructure activities as well. And then, but they're also looking at a number of other areas such as grid scale energy storage and small modular reactors on the nuclear side as well. I do want to highlight one other key point on the policy side, and it's from the Inflation Reduction Act that was passed maybe about a month or so ago. And it's related to 45Q because this does have impacts when we're thinking about the carbon utilization activities and programs, and it's just another one of those potential market drivers for this industry. So if you're not familiar with 45Q, it's been around since 2008. It's gone through one modification in 2018 and then more recently as part of the Inflation Reduction Act. But the modifications in 2018 or the old version that I have listed here, facilities had to commence construction by January 1st, 2026. That's been changed to 2033. So definitely allows a lot more of that time for projects to start developing, getting all the things they need in place so they can qualify for the credit. A number of changes to the facility size for DAC facilities, electricity generators, and other facilities qualify for the credit. As you can see, it's scaled down quite a bit. So it provides, I think, a lot of opportunities, not just for large point sources as it had done in the past, but also for smaller point sources that might be able to make some economic cases for some of these facilities. Increases the credit for saline storage, but then also EOR and conversion of CO2 into products. So that credit increased from $35 per metric ton to $60 per metric ton for industrial and power sources, and $130 per metric ton for direct air capture as well. So when you're thinking about that conversion credit, that's another key driver. And again, of course, a key part of this is life cycle analysis, and I know you'll hear more about that later today and throughout the workshop. One other key modification from the Inflation Reduction Act was that it also changed and allowed up to 5 years for direct pay and up to 12 years for certain entities. And those certain entities are more like the non-governmental type or nonprofit organizations that can qualify. So definitely helps simplify some of the business cases and the tax structures that might be required for some of these applications. So I think with that, that's just kind of high level overview of some of the work that we're doing here in FECM. And I'll take any questions if there's any time. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mark. And you actually caught us up on time. So we do have a couple minutes that we can allow for questions. If anyone in the room, if you have any, please feel free to raise your hand. Not seeing any in the room. Anyone on the line, I'll give you a second to either unmute yourself or put a question in the chat. And not seeing any, Mark, it seems that you're off the hook. So thank you so much.
Okay, thanks.
And so our next presenter to discuss kind of it's not a new topic per se, but kind of a unfamiliar topic to a lot of those in the energy industry, which are the societal considerations and impacts. We have Dr. Holly Buck from DOE's Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, the Office of Strategic Planning, Analysis, and Engagement, to discuss a really important issue that I think it's becoming more and more important for us to become fluent in. And so thank you, Holly, for joining us today and sharing your expertise with us. If you want to go ahead and unmute yourself and share your screen, that would be great.
Great. Thanks so much. I'm really excited about this program and this work you're doing because I think procurement is one of the best tools we have to start building out a new industry in carbon utilization. And so I'm going to talk today for a few minutes, probably not a full half hour, about the framework that FECM and DOE more broadly is using to think about the societal considerations and impacts of our research and development and deployment. And so I think everybody in the agency and everybody we work with is really excited about the science and technology and engineering that we're doing. And we're also trying to work through 4 big problems at the same time. The first of those is the lack of diversity in STEM, which can lead to continued inequality and as well as lost opportunities for workers and for firms. So thinking about the STEM workforce, we have a lot of underrepresentation of Black, Hispanic, and other minorities, also in terms of women in this workforce. And when it comes to engineering and some of the fields that we work in, thinking about, material science, the numbers are even worse. So we're thinking about how to rectify this. At the same time, we have a broad challenge in that a lot of people don't know about our technology, the rationale for it, why we might want to spend more money on some of these things than traditional options. And also people feel left out of decision making. And that has a lot of impacts in terms of the success of our programs and the adoption and deployment of our technology. Obviously, we have ongoing challenges with trust between scientists and the public, between companies and the public, and this can inhibit deployment. And so thinking about carbon removal or carbon utilization in particular, most people don't know very much about this. If you ask about carbon capture and storage, about 30% of people now will say they have an idea about what it is. Generally, we think it's more around 10% of people that are familiar with it. You can see some recent polling about carbon removal up on this figure. If you ask people what carbon removal is, a lot of people think things like recycling or solar panels, geothermal energy production, and so forth are carbon removal. So there's a lot of, I think, general confusion about what carbon removal is. I think that there's much less polling in terms of carbon utilization. There have been a few studies in Europe done on this, but also very unfamiliar. And so this is an opportunity, right, to make people more familiar. Procurement is one way, if people interact with these products. There's educational opportunities there that we want to take advantage of. Thirdly, we have a challenge in that a lot of times the benefits from science and innovation and industry generally, and the harms and risks are unevenly distributed. And there's also structural issues that we're thinking about how to address as we start to, maybe it's too grandiose to say it's another industrial revolution, but with the energy transition, we really have to revise a lot of our systems, everything from our buildings to transportation to materials use, right? Because we have a materials transition to some extent if we want to build a circular economy. And so we're thinking about this, it's new, but it's not on a blank slate. It's this history of uneven and unequal development. And so there's increasing research about, how we got to where we're at. I put up one study which is focused on redlining and redlining decisions going back to the 1930s about who could live in what neighborhoods. And those still have impacts today in terms of where people are that are experiencing health disparities from pollution, right? So that isn't to say that every program is going to, address every aspect of this, but we need to think holistically about how to both not repeat mistakes that have been made and rectify past harms at the same time when we are thinking about new industries and new infrastructure. And then finally, there's many communities that are struggling with the lack of quality jobs that can pay a family sustaining wage. So all of these challenges are interrelated in some ways. And we're thinking about what can we do as an agency to make progress together on these challenges. And so we have a framework around societal considerations and impacts within FECM, and this is coherent with what's going on within the agency more broadly, especially with regards to implementation of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. But it has 4 main components that address these elements of the challenges. Thinking about diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility plans, community and stakeholder engagement plans, Justice 40 initiative plans, and quality jobs. And in what follows, I will talk about each of these things at a very high level, and not particularly with reference to procurement of materials, but this is something that DOE has a working group thinking about justice and procurement. I know there's a lot of people on the agenda today that probably have a ton of procurement experience. And while this, again, is not an advisory committee, I know that my team would be interested to hear if you have feedback about how procurement can address these 4 elements. So why address these challenges in our programs? I mean, the short answer is that we know that community and stakeholder engagement and addressing impacts will make programs successful. And so I'll talk very briefly about the office and department and administration priorities here, but I mean, this is really a driving rationale for doing this work. You heard Mark talk for a minute about the strategic vision. We're really thinking about how to incorporate these principles of justice and also meaningful participation of communities into our programs and into our funding decisions and implementation. On a government level, we have this executive order thinking about how the federal government can and should pursue a comprehensive approach to equity and how to address that across the federal government. And so we have strategic planning that's been ongoing around prioritizing diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And so here's some definitions that you can use for reference that we use inside the department. Diversity involves welcoming and engaging all of people and perspectives. So here you have a federal definition that centers on hiring and promoting the nation's best talent and a diverse and representative workforce. So thinking about how to do that through how you announce vacancies, develop pipeline, mitigate bias in hiring, and then address barriers to accessing job opportunities. Equity is in terms of fair outcomes and access to these opportunities and career advancement. Inclusion, thinking about how to create an environment where everybody belongs and can thrive in, and also accessibility, so ease of use for people with all abilities, including facilities, technology, programs, services, both physical and virtual environments included there. And so we're starting to implement asking for DEIA plans in our funding opportunity announcements. And we have some guidance on our website, and I'll share a link to that later on. The department does as well have further guidance on this, how to think about making a plan for your project team. So a lot of organizations obviously have these sorts of plans and vision statements at institutional levels, but thinking about projects in particular, we suggest the following steps of formulating why you're focusing on this beyond the fact that it may be now required for funding. And there's a lot of different motivations, including having a workplace that can attract and retain top talent, aligning the practices in your workplace with the values that people hold, and acting on research that shows that more diverse organizations have better creativity and productivity. So after those sorts of discussions, assessing the current state of DEIA in your project, and then thinking about goals and desired outcomes. So what would success look like? How would you measure it? And finally, what steps, what resources need to be taken to reach those outcomes? The second element involves community and stakeholder engagement. So we think about this, in terms of a range of stakeholders, including labor and workforce, but also communities and environmental justice communities. And this is important for improving relationships, providing people with ways to access the opportunities in the context of our funding opportunities, say, and making sure projects are successful. And so sometimes this has been addressed through communications or outreach plans. What we're talking about here is related, but differs in some ways. I think that within traditional communications efforts, you might have project updates, be maintaining a website, to some degree making public presentations or holding open houses. There's a lot of one-way communication there. When we're talking about communication and stakeholder engagement, we're really thinking about two-way communication. So building up a relationship through a variety of methods that's collaborative, that has give and take on both sides, where people are learning from each other. Now, when it comes to environmental justice, I mean, environmental justice is both a movement, a field of research, and a concept. When it comes to federal definitions, I think some of the key points are distributive justice, so having the same degree of protection from environmental and health hazards, as well as the same enjoyment of environmental benefits. And also thinking about procedural justice. So do people have a say in the decision-making process? Are their voices included? And then we also have frameworks of climate justice and energy justice. So energy justice involves equity in the energy system and dimensions of remediating burdens on frontline communities and centering their concerns, and also making sure that energy is accessible, affordable, clean, and democratically managed for communities. And so we have the Justice 40 initiative, which was established in this executive order, tackling the climate crisis at home and abroad. And the goal there is that 40% of the overall benefits of federal investments will flow to disadvantaged communities. And so all of the programs in the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management are covered under this because we work on clean energy, climate change. And so that involves, tracking and thinking about where these funds and programs go. DOE has developed a definition of disadvantaged community. There's a lot of work that went into this. You can read about it on the DOE's website, but basically there's this sum of 36 indicators. It has to do with vulnerable populations, energy burden, fossil dependence, and environmental and climate hazards. And there's some mapping resources that DOE has around this too. And so thinking about not just assessing these impacts or where communities are and what impacts they feel, but how to address them. In some of the larger projects that we're funding, we're asking for plans that can both assess these impacts and think about what to do. So for example, if you had a project, you found that it would result in a permanent increase in truck traffic, you would map out those disbenefits. That might be an increase in safety risk, increase in dust and noise pollution, increase in tailpipe emissions, potential decrease in home values. Then you'd think about the metrics and units that correspond to each of those impacts, determine who is facing them, and do things like examine alternative routes and other ways to address those harms. So starting with some assessment and then thinking about what to do with your findings. Finally, quality jobs is another priority of the administration, of the secretary, and of many others. Thinking about good paying union jobs, thinking about clean energy as an engine for job creation. And so we're aware that the majority of the jobs created by the infrastructure law won't require a traditional degree, but they're going to have a lot of opportunities for on-the-job training and apprenticeships. And we have the opportunity with this legislation to create on-ramps to jobs that have competitive wages and long-term career potential, especially for disadvantaged and underrepresented workers. And so the department's thinking about strong labor standards, including health and safety, predictable work schedules, dispute resolution, and improving job access for historically underrepresented workers through things like pre-apprenticeship programs. And we're also thinking about pay equity. This is, a representation of data on women's earnings as a percentage of men's in certain fields when it comes to things like manufacturing and energy jobs. There's a big opportunity for improvement here. And so some of the things that the DOE has been doing, prioritizing domestic content. So thinking about implementing Build America and Buy America Act. We have a Good Jobs Initiative. We also have thinking about construction work and using the Defense Production Act to accelerate domestic production of energy-related technologies. So to move towards wrapping up here, we're thinking about these 4 elements in terms of not just how do we articulate these priorities and tell people about them, but how do we move these into action-oriented plans that projects can implement? So with the first steps of having a vision, then doing some data analysis and assessment, using that assessment to identify particular goals where we need to improve, developing what outcomes, what success will look like, and then thinking about roles and responsibilities in specific timeframes and the kind of resources needed to support those. And so we think by undertaking this work, we can have projects that are better projects, that are more productive teams and better ownership among team members. We think that we can create better pipelines for worker readiness and training, especially for disadvantaged workers, increase opportunities for small and disadvantaged businesses and people underrepresented in STEM, and really help local and regional economies to become more climate and energy resilient, more equitable, more sustainable. And so you can find some resources here on FECM's website. If you go to the top and click on resources, there's a drop-down menu with societal considerations and impacts. We also have other resources in other parts of DOE that I'd be happy to share around the Justice 40 initiative and what other offices like the Office of Economic Impact and Diversity is doing in this space. So again, all of this is relatively new within the past year or two. There's a lot of moving parts, but we're excited about thinking together with all of you and how to address these big challenges and get to a clean energy future. So with that, I'm very happy to take questions. You can also follow up with me via email if you have questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Holly. Want to give those in the room the opportunity to ask any questions. Holly, I have one for you. On the pay equity gap slide, it looked like construction was the one area where women make either as much or more than men. Do you know the reasoning behind that? Are there any lessons learned that can be applied elsewhere?
Personally, I don't know, because my experience is in community engagement rather than labor. So I don't know too much about the different trades and what has been done there.
Okay, not a problem. I've seen that slide a couple of times, and every time I'm like, why is that? And
yeah, well, ask Christy,
awesome.
because when she presents this, she'll be able to answer this. But yeah, it's hard to find one person that has the expertise in all of these dimensions of all the things we need to do socially, you know?
Yep.
So I have a question.
Okay, a couple of questions. First question is, do you have separate, does the DOE have one group that looks after social justice and Justice 40? Or do you have each office has its own separate, and how do you all coordinate with each other?
Yeah, that's a great question. So within DOE, the implementation of the Justice 40 initiative is really spearheaded by the Office of Economic Impact and Diversity, which is headed by Shalonda Baker. And they have a lot of good resources on their website. And then there's also an office that focuses on clean energy jobs in particular. There's special advisors on stakeholder engagement. So what we have within DOE are what are called community of practices, where there's people in each office, whether that be nuclear or renewable energy or fossil energy and carbon management. And we all meet regularly in these communities of practices and share what we've been doing within our respective offices. So I would say it's somewhat decentralized, but this Office of Economic Impact and Diversity is spearheading the Justice 40 implementation.
So I have another question. So we are preparing to respond to a number of the FOAs that are going to release soon. I'm from Bloom Energy, so we are pretty interested in quite a few of the expected FOAs. But we're trying to figure out how are the whole Justice 40 side of it, how do we prepare for that? How is it going to be assessed? And we have looked at some of the material out there, but it still feels sort of more fuzzy than clear. Like what's the actual metrics? How are you going to measure it? How do you know like 40% will go to the DACs?
Yeah, well, I'll speak specifically now about the two funding opportunity announcements that FACM has released, because those are already out. And I think they could provide some reference for what we might expect in future FOAs, though that might be somewhat different. So if you visit the link on the website I shared, there's a guidance document around doing an energy and environmental justice assessment and writing a Justice 40 implementation strategy. And you'll notice that in that framework, we don't specify a whole host of metrics. Right now, it's kind of up to the applicant to name those metrics. So you'll find a few sample tables of how you might want to organize that information or some examples. But generally, we think it'll apply a bit differently to different sorts of projects because we have a bunch of sorts of projects across a bunch of different TRLs. So we don't specify for each one what those metrics should be, but they might have to do with, air quality impacts, for example, or something like truck traffic, like I mentioned, right? And you'll find a couple of examples. We're working to build this out. So I think that when we collect sort of the first cycles of applications, we'll be able to look at what's been submitted and have references for kind of the ones that are the best. And there'll be a process of going back and forth with applicants because these plans generally will be updated. And so if one team maybe doesn't have all the metrics that another team is reporting, that can be an opportunity to say, hey, we think that maybe using, reporting on X, Y, and Z might be an emerging standard. Can you please also do this? So again, a work in progress, but there's starting to be some materials out there that we can start to share.
Thank you, Holly. Any other questions in the room? Not seeing any. There is a question online in the chat. How is FACM approaching engagement with Native Americans and tribal lands?
That's a great question. So I'm in Las Vegas this morning. That's why there's bad hotel art with cards in the background, because we're having a workshop that's about tribal engagement on on carbon management, specifically with tribes in the western part of the country. So by the end of the day, I might have a better answer. I think generally, obviously, we have government to government relationships with tribes, and then there's also some level of informal engagement that happens within the framework of community engagement in terms of different groups that, that work on clean energy, community-based organizations. So that kind of both approaches are in play right now. Yeah.
And then Mark, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, just to build on what Holly said, there's also an Office of Energy and Indian Energy Programs within DOE, which does a lot of the initial coordination. And also there is a Tribal Clean Energy Summit being held in DC October 4th and 5th, where I think a lot of the DOE offices are going to be involved and engaged with tribal leadership and other stakeholders during that event as well. So it's definitely, we definitely have had engagement with the tribes, not just through those engagements, but actually on some of our projects as well. When we're thinking about carbon storage, there's been tribal engagement on some of those activities as well. So definitely an area where we've had some activity in the past.
Yeah, thank you, Mark, and thank you, Holly. This is Blake. I just wanted to follow up with that. I was just curious about, using the lands and land management for carbon storage is an important aspect of it, but so is building the local economy and improving the quality of life and opportunity and education opportunities writ large for impacted populations, be it Native American, be it underserved communities, writ large. And so is that part of the solution here? And the community-based approaches is looking for those partnership opportunities where it can really benefit the local population instead of a technology provider coming in like the great savior that we've seen, used in the past, and then taking all the money out of the community and not putting it in. So just curious if we've learned that lesson, and if so, how are we being different this time around?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really central to what I've seen so far. Even just in the planning of this workshop, a lot of it is structured in terms of listening sessions that are open plan, that have the leaders of these tribal nations sharing, rather than DOE coming in and saying, here's all the stuff we can do. Right. I also think it's a big emphasis with the IWG and also within the Office of IE. Sorry for all the acronyms.
It's okay. It's okay. We get them.
Yeah.
Thank you, Holly. Thank you.
Well, and I think it's, been helpful for us to have people like Holly and others who focus on the community engagement side to really help influence the type of direction and provide that input into our funding opportunity announcement processes, so that we're making sure we're not duplicating the issues that we may have had in the past, and that we are actually doing things that are beneficial and proactive for the community.
Great. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Holly, and thank you, Blake, for the additional questions. We see two hands raised in the room. Joe, did you have a comment or no? Okay. And then I see Hamad Chowdhury. Okay. Not seeing or hearing anything. We're going to go with one last question and then move forward with the agenda. What about SBIR and disabled veteran health?
Yeah, so there's specifically for SBIR, I'm not quite sure I fully understand the full context of the question. Is it in terms of the the work that Holly was noting here on community benefits and societal considerations, or is it more just generally funding opportunity announcements? Generally speaking, on funding opportunity announcements, there are SBIR programs, and those come out on a fairly regularly scheduled program throughout the year through DOE, but then also I think through other agencies throughout the government as well. In terms of disabled vet help, I think there's certain classifications for contracts or procurements for whether it's women, minority-owned businesses, disabled vets, that can help or that provide those funding opportunity announcements for those other communities, in addition to all the other opportunities that we put out, which are open to anyone as well. So in terms of the funding opportunity announcements that we put out, I think that's, you know, the general frame of the work that we have, but I don't know if that's the specifics to the question or not, if it was more focused on some of the things that Holly was noting.
Thank you, Mark. Not seeing any follow-up in the chat, so I believe, yep, it looks like you answered the question perfectly. So thank you, Mark. Thank you, Holly. If we could just give one more round of applause. Our next speaker before our break is Dr. Joe Stofa from the National Energy Technology Laboratory to discuss carbon conversion processes and technologies. So Joe, I see that you are already sharing your screen. Go ahead and put it in presenter mode, unmute yourself, and the virtual floor is yours.
And am I coming through okay?
Yeah.
All right, excellent. So I can't see the Zoom screen, so please stop me if there's anything. So yeah, my name's Joe Stofa. I'm the technology manager for the carbon conversion program, and I work at NETL. And before we get kicked off, I just wanted to give a very brief overview of NETL. So everyone else that's presented thus far is a DOE headquarters employee. I'm at NETL, which is one of the nation's 17 national laboratories. NETL is a little different in that we're the nation's only government-owned, government-operated lab. So about half of our employees are federal employees, and this results in a lot of inherently federal functions being housed at NETL. So myself as a technology manager, we have a finance and acquisition center that's responsible for negotiating and finalizing agreements. We have a project management center that's ensuring projects proceed within scope, schedule, and budget. So a lot of those inherently federal functions are housed at NETL. And the vision for NETL is to be the nation's premier energy technology laboratory, delivering integrated solutions to enable transformation to a sustainable energy future. And up there are all of our campus locations. Okay, so I wanted to cover the missions, goals, drivers, and challenges of the carbon conversion program itself. So the mission is to advance carbon management through carbon conversion. How are we trying to do that? Well, the main goals are to support R&D that can convert CO2 into products, but we have to keep in mind that we want the conversion to be environmentally and economically attractive. We also support scaling of technology where appropriate. So there's a range of TRLs within the program covered that range from 3 up to 6+, we'll say. And some of these can be demonstrated at larger scales through partnerships we have with the NCCC as well as others. The drivers for this program, I'm sure we're all aware of. That's just the amount of CO2 emissions. So 2020, approximately 5 gigatons from the US alone, and globally around 36 gigatons. So the scale of the problem is hard to envision. It's difficult to think in gigatons. And that's one of the challenges we face within the program is the scale of emissions relative to consumption. So if you look at the annual emissions for CO2, all of the markets that consume CO2, they're equivalent to about 1 day's worth of emissions. So the scale of this challenge is incredible. Another challenge we'll talk about today that we're continually dealing with is how do we qualify life cycle and technical or economic viability? So, you know, it's relatively simple to tell whether or not something's a good idea from a technical perspective. We can usually look at that pretty quickly and determine whether or not it's realistic, but determining whether or not it's going to add value, whether or not there's a significant environmental impact, that's a much more difficult question to answer. So we'll have a few presentations specific to that later in the day, but just to emphasize that's a point of emphasis. Another challenge is electricity prices are rarely negative or free. We'll talk about some of the different visions for the energy future later in the presentation, but electricity prices rarely negative or free. And then we have our Elon Musk quote for the day, prototypes are easy, production is hard. So getting something to work in the lab is a necessary step and an important step, but getting technologies to work at scale with margins that are acceptable while, you know, being dependent upon 1,000 steps in the process, that's an entirely different thing. And we like to recognize how difficult that challenge is. So the carbon conversion program itself supports R&D in 3 different areas. And so these are biological uptake, typically biology, catalytic conversion into fuels and chemicals, and also mineralization. What's outside the scope of the carbon conversion program is CO2 as a working fluid. So supercritical power cycles, enhanced oil recovery, those types of projects are outside of the scope of the FECM funded carbon conversion program. The program's relatively, well, about a decade old, and you can see that budgets have been increasing significantly lately. And certainly as technology manager, I can say that interest is increasing. The number of phone calls and emails fielded is increasing very quickly over the last 6 months to 1 year. So it is quite a growing area of interest. The carbon conversion program website itself is available at this link. There is a UpGrant BIL specific website that will be stood up, but that is not up yet. So the best thing we can offer right now is a link to the carbon conversion website. If you want to see any of the projects that are within the portfolio, what type of work we've supported, and also access items such as the LCA toolkit, which you'll hear more about lately, you can do that through the website. So when we think about NETL as a national lab, we have the traditional national lab side as well, which is researchers in lab coats performing R&D. This is our research through the Research and Innovation Center. Most of the traditional R&D is focused on conversion of CO2 into fuels and chemicals, but we also have absolutely world-class life cycle analysis team through our energy systems analysis team. You'll hear more later. We'll cover how vital this is to determining the economic viability or environmental impact in this case. And with LCA, it's paramount to ensure we always have apples to apples comparison. So there are several initiatives, including some that NETL are active in, to try to standardize LCA methodology. Where do you start counting CO2? Where do you stop counting CO2? So the harmonization is a continuous challenge, and it requires collaboration across many offices and departments and external entities as well. We also have a great Techno-Economic Analysis team through our energy process analysis team. You'll hear more about this later as well. We know that all successful technologies have to add value. It's not enough to be able to produce the product at the current selling price. You have to be able to produce it less than that so that you have margin. If you're going to attract investors for a brand new technology, you're going to need a very high rate of return. So I think for any technology to work that's a new technology, it has to very clearly be better, faster, and cheaper than anything that's currently out there as the state of the art. So that's what we're aiming for within the program. And like life cycle analysis Techno-Economic Analysis, it's not as straightforward as simply quantifying or qualifying technical viability. It's much more involved. It takes much longer to look at individual technologies. So it's a heavy lift to get those in place. The carbon conversion program through NETL, so this is mainly my role as a technology manager along with Amishi at DOE headquarters as a program manager. I'm trying to figure out the best way for extramural research to occur outside of NETL. So we have a whole host of funding mechanisms that we use to support work. BIL up grants will be one of those mechanisms that will be a little bit unique from the others. It'll be a little bit more specific than the others, but it is another funding mechanism available to the program. We have field work proposals with other national labs. We have our FOAs, which is where the majority of our funding is awarded competitively, the SBIR and STTR grant programs, as well as several of the other smaller mechanisms, SBIR, STTR, TCF, ACT, et cetera. The project portfolio is pretty robust at the moment, over 36 projects growing quickly, and those are split across those 3 legs of the stool I referenced earlier: mineralization, conversion, and biological uptake. But I also want to mention that, the grant program, it's not like it's a walled garden where it's specific to technologies that have only ever been supported out of the FECM program. So it's for carbon conversion products in general, and Amishi will cover more of that after the break. So what I want to discuss next are the 3 legs of the stool of biological uptake, conversion, and mineralization. And I just wanted to discuss some of the challenges associated with these products that you'll have to think about when you're considering what might you be able to procure, at what scale, how quickly. So the first I'll cover is carbon conversion by biological uptake. So the thing to note here is that a wide range of products are possible. Recipients within the program are working on animal feeds and nutraceuticals, different dyes and colorants, polymers, soil amendments. Creating fuels by biological uptake is also possible, but support for that research and development is specific to the mission of DOE EERE's BETO, which is the Bioenergy Technologies Office. When you think about biological uptake, some of the advantages and challenges. Advantages is well understood technology. So as humans, we have over 10,000 years of experience with agriculture. Another thing I like to point out is that most of the biological uptake technologies are enabled with catalog engineering. So you can go into the catalog, order the pieces and parts you need to assemble your system. So mostly commercial off-the-shelf equipment. That helps with scaling. If you have to custom design a lot of pieces of equipment, that's obviously another layer of challenge as you scale towards production. The biological processes themselves tend to be well suited to create many complex molecules. So all of those range of projects listed previously, biology is pretty good at bonding carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. When we think about the disadvantages, one of the disadvantages is land use. So you generally need a large area compared to a pressure vessel that's running at several hundred degrees C and several atmospheres. But obviously, based on the biology of Earth, we know that gigatons of CO2 can be absorbed per year given the globe surface area. So it is scalable, but it is kinetically slower than a high temperature, high pressure process. Some examples of products, I'm not a cattleman, but those cows on the left look pretty happy. They're eating their algae-based feed. And this picture kind of signifies or maybe encapsulates some of the importance of life cycle analysis. So how do you think about those cattle eating feed? It's grown from CO2, but a lot of the food they eat is grown from CO2. But when you have algae, maybe you're growing it without the amount of fertilizer you might have for a land-based crop. So you avoid some of the emissions associated with the Haber-Bosch process. And then maybe when you're feeding your cows algae, they're emitting less methane. So there's less greenhouse gas on that end, no pun intended. So LCA is kind of vital for determining what is the overall benefit of some of these technologies. And then in the middle, we have some pictures from Global Algae Innovations. It just kind of shows the variety of products that you can produce from algae. So it can be anything from polymers for seats and sandals to fuels to all of these previously mentioned animal ingredients and food ingredients. And then on the right, this is what biological uptake typically looks like in the lab. You'll see these large columns with CO2 being bubbled through them. Often in industrial settings, you'll see open raceway ponds. So you'll see these satellite images of massive ponds that are about 1.5 feet deep, where algae is growing for harvesting and dewatering and then final conversion into product. So those are some of the types of products you can see from biological conversion. Next, I'll cover carbon conversion by thermo and electrochemistry. So the big advantage here is you have the widest range of products possible, from fuels, polymers, alcohols. So pretty much you can make anything from Fischer-Tropsch synthesis, which oftentimes we try to avoid because it tends to be an expensive pathway. But with some of these electrochemical and thermochemical pathways, you can make pretty much any molecule you can envision. The advantages are it's very scalable. This is process equipment. This is can be high temperature, high pressure. So pathways to gigaton scale exist. If you have a CO2 source like direct air capture and it's married to a thermo or electrochemical conversion system, you're now decoupled from biological processes. So there's really high throughput options there. The challenges are that the value of products have to outweigh the cost of the energy inputs. So oftentimes with these processes, you're adding hydrogen, you're adding electricity. Those energy inputs have a cost. So whatever you are selling must cost less than those energy inputs. And there's also the challenge that right now in the portfolio where we are today, these tend to be lower TRL, which is technology readiness level. So they tend to be, one step further away from commercialization because there are often other breakthroughs that are required, such as electrochemical advances or catalyst advances. But it is something we support. And there are people working on these problems. Here on the left, we see a picture from Sky Nano where they're producing some carbons from CO2. So if you need nanotubes or nanomaterials. And then on the right, a potentially larger market application where you're trying to use electricity to produce methanol from water via electrochemistry. So that's another potential application we'll hear a lot about within the electrochemistry conversion world. Then the final one I'll cover is the carbon conversion by mineralization. So this is taking CO2 and using it to mineralize some source. And this one is advantageous from the perspective of that it can be energetically downhill. So when we think about CO2, it's energetically very inert, but some types of rock can be energetically downhill from CO2. So you'll see projects that involve cured concrete blocks, synthetic aggregates, suboxides. Suboxides are kind of like a precursor to peat. So that's potential as soil amendments. So yeah, that's the advantages and challenges. We know it can be energetically downhill. We know it can apply at the gigaton scale. Again, this is enabled with catalog engineering, and it's also nice that mining and moving materials, that's well understood. So a lot of well understood technology here, which is why this is generally some of the higher TRL work within the program. And it's also nice that it can potentially address other waste streams such as produced water or mine tailings. Some of those waste sources have constituents that are amenable to mineralization. The challenge is that the products often have a low specific value. So low in terms of dollars per ton. That makes transportation an issue. Generally, they may have to be produced close to where they're being sold. You probably can't afford to produce concrete masonry units in California and ship them to Maine, whereas you may be able to do that with some of the higher value products. Some example products within the program. This picture is courtesy of UCLA Carbon Built. This was supported first by the U.S. government under the Fossil Energy Carbon Management Program, winner of the prestigious NRG COSIA X Prize. So that was a big event for us. We also have a picture here of calcium carbonate, which has widespread use in the agricultural industry as well as metals production and a few other areas. So those are the types of products you can potentially procure with mineralization-based technologies. The last slide I'll spend a good bit of time on is just highlighting the necessity of TEA and LCA for an uncertain future. So the way I look at it is there are three competing visions for the energy future. And it may not be that one of these are right. It may be that everyone is partially right. But the first view is kind of the tomorrow will look a lot like today. So this is the technologically conservative view of we continue to see a mix of fossil, renewable, and nuclear. There's abundant waste heat for integration, and there's industrial electricity prices on the order of $60 to $80 per megawatt hour. So that's one vision. That's the slow change into the future vision. We have the inexpensive and abundant hydrogen vision. So this is a vision kind of summarized by DOE Earthshot, $1 per 1 kilogram hydrogen within 1 decade. If this vision comes to pass, as I believe it will, then we have thermochemical conversion of CO2 into chemicals and plastics, and industry becomes widely decarbonized. So hydrogen becomes one of your less expensive forms of process heat for steel and cement, and it also has a role to serve in fertilizer production. And then we have the techno-cornucopian worldview, as I call it. This is the worldview I kind of see as being summarized most eloquently by people like Tony Seba, where they look at the cost curves for electricity into the future and renewables, and they say we're going to have $20 to $30 megawatt hour electricity within the next decade. Everything that can become electrified will become electrified, and obviously that's very favorable for electrochemical approaches. And it also has some major implications if electricity becomes an inexpensive form of process heat. So when we think about the future, it's not enough to think about where's the economics of these processes today. We have to think about where is it going to be in the future, and that future is very uncertain. So I almost like to think of the future as some sort of response surface to all of these different variables. So the TEA for out years, that's not a scalar, that's a vector, that's an array. There's lots of potential eventualities. And there's also many other unknowns. Is the price of carbon or credit associated with carbon going to change again? What happens with direct air capture costs? Because if direct air capture costs become inexpensive enough, that may change what you want to do with the carbon. And then there's also, of course, other energy breakthroughs out there on the horizon that could have a major impact. So all of those are unknowns. So the future is still, I believe, uncertain at this point. So we try to plan around all of those with some of the TEA and LCA work. A few high-profile discussion items to end. So the program's expanding quickly, funding's expanding. We have the BIL funding and up grants. There's interest increasing quickly. I also mentioned a lot of collaboration with multiple stakeholders. It's just necessary due to the breadth of the challenge. It's not just FECM. Amishi does a great job at HQ of maintaining relationships with all of the other DOE offices, other United States government departments, right? So you can think about IRS, EPA, USDA, DOD. There's also a lot of NGO involvement. So there's a lot of stakeholders involved. Under the program, we want to support the technologies at scale. We understand they need to be at scale before you can procure products. So we try to support that through work with National Carbon Capture Center, where we've had some large-scale tests, including the test of the UCLA carbon built technologies. Finally, I'll just mention R&D across multiple pathways. So the three legs of the stool: biological uptake, conversion, and mineralization. And then the absolute vital nature of TEA and LCA, and we'll end with the Yogi Berra quote of it's tough to make predictions, especially about the future. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. Also, Amishi's address is up here at HQ. And just to remind everybody about the website, that's a great resource as well to see what's happening within the program. So with that, I will go ahead and thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions as best I can.
Thank you, Joe. There is a question online if you want to take a quick look. In the meantime, I'm going to give our in-person audience the chance to raise their hands if anyone in here has any questions.
Yeah, hi, good morning. I had a quick question, just clarifying what you meant by when you were talking about mineralization, that you referred to energetically downhill. Is that, what exactly does that mean? Is that a positive, is that something that's encouraging, or is that more of a deterrent to mineralization?
Okay, yes. So that energetically downhill would be very good. That's just to say that CO2 is kind of energetically dead, right? It's already been combusted. The energy's been extracted from it. So for a lot of the products we were trying to make, you have to add energy back into the CO2. So with the biological uptake, we're depending on biology to add the energy through photosynthesis. And with some of the other conversion processes, you're either adding energy through the addition of hydrogen to the CO2 or addition of electricity to the CO2, often in combination. So the mineralization is nice from the perspective of it's not necessarily a large energy input to get to the final product.
Thanks.
Any others in the room? Okay, not seeing any other questions in the room.
Actually, I have a question. Does Dr. Stauffer, do you see the mineralization leading to, in the future, as a sort of product application, or is it really more just a carbon sequestering?
Okay, so yeah, it could be both. It would be covered under other DOE programs if it was more about the piece of just removing CO2. If it's within this program, it's leading to a product. So in the case of carbon built, the product is that concrete masonry unit. In other cases, there's development of synthetic aggregates. So there would be synthetic aggregates made from CO2 to be mixed with the cement for final concrete. There could also be cement replacements, so trying to replace ordinary Portland cement with a mineralization product. So in our case, the mineralization would lead to a product.
Great, thank you, Joe. One more question online, and then we'll move into the break. Do you know if DOE has approved any LCAs used for 45Q tax credits?
Okay. Joe, would you rather headquarters handles that question? Thanks, Joe. So for 45Q, as mentioned, the fossil energy or the carbon conversion program does play a role, but we do try to maintain a firewall between our 45Q efforts and our R&D efforts. So Joe takes a very manages our R&D a lot. So in terms of 45Q, what we do is we evaluate LCAs that are given to both IRS and DOE to obtain or for evaluation for conversion or utilization tax credits. We do not approve or deny, we just provide an evaluation to IRS whether or not the applicant conforms to the guidance as prescribed in our LCA guidance methodology. So hopefully that answers the question. A lot of that information between the taxpayer applicant is, PI with IRS, but we only do the role of evaluation. We don't approve or deny anything.
Great, thank you, Amishi. And thank you, Joe. Let's give Joe one more round of applause.
All right. Thanks. I'm sorry I can't be out there with y'all. It's sure it's great. Haven't been to Berkeley in a while, so
Yeah, you missed the super hot California, and it's like perfect weather right now. but next time, Joe.
All right, next time for sure.
With that.
Hi, all. I think we'll, since we started the break 5 minutes late, I think we'll start the presentation now. Hello?
Excuse me, guys.
I think we're starting.
Thank you.
Thanks, my voice isn't carrying here as much as it should. Hi, everyone. My name is Amishi, and I will be presenting today on actually the programmatic perspectives on the IIJA, which is the Infrastructure After Bill, BIL, that's what we call it now, Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the initiatives, and the overall grant program. So hopefully we will provide a bit more insight and enough information to have a lively discussion. Joe did a wonderful job with talking about what our R&D program actually is. First, also, I'd like to thank Joe, not just for covering all of it in about like 25 minutes, which is incredible, but Joe also hit a couple bad jokes and almost hit his limit of 3. So applaud on somehow doing that in his presentation. But the thing to know real quick is the bill, BIL, has multiple sections, right? So our section that we're going to be talking about today is section 40302. A lot of the carbon management sections are 4030 something, but we will be talking about carbon utilization program. You've heard us say carbon utilization and carbon conversion. We've had a lot of different names in the past 5 years, really. It was carbon use and reuse, it was carbon utilization. We are now settling on carbon conversion. So if you see utilization or if you see conversion, they're still roughly referencing this R&D program that has come out of the Office of Carbon Management. And I think now is a pretty good time to kind of dive into what that section 40302 actually describes. So this is some direct language. I've highlighted some key terms, but I'm gonna just read along, bear with me. So section 40302 directs the secretary to establish a program for eligible entities. Eligible entities is highlighted, bolded for them in this case, because it's our first defining term that Congress gave us in terms of congressional direction. They described eligible entities as a state, a unit of local government, or a public utility. So the folks that will be applying to the program that we're going to be designing and putting out need to be one of these 3 categories. Obviously, the FOA will have more descriptive language around around what eligible entities are, but those will be the folks actually applying to receive the money. It goes on to say they'll submit an application, blah, blah, blah. We'll have to determine if it's appropriate. Sorry, not blah, blah, blah. Going quickly. An eligible entity, I'm not a lawyer, you'll see this real quick. An eligible entity shall receive the grant to procure and use commercial or industrial products. Procure and use. So that's really important. We're trying to exchange or promote the procurement of commodities with some value, right? It's not a carbon offset or carbon removal program. It's to create products that have value to consumers. That's deeply aligned within the R&D that we've already established in the carbon utilization or carbon conversion program. So this goes hand in hand and makes a lot of sense for why they put that explicit language into this section. Second, they were following after that, they gave us 2 other big pieces of congressional direction. They said products must use or are derived from anthropogenic carbon oxides. So that is a really good term for us to work with. First, we've mostly done work or R&D work on carbon dioxide. Expanding our scope to carbon oxides gives us room to look at, technologies that look at steel off-gassing, which is predominantly carbon monoxide. Also, that term of anthropogenic also can limit our perspective on what constitutes as a CO2 feedstock that goes into our products. Second, very helpful, is they said products must demonstrate significant net reductions in life cycle greenhouse gas emissions compared to incumbent technologies, processes, and products. Again, goes hand in hand with the goals that we have set with the R&D program. we understand, we've talked about what is energy downhill, what is thermodynamically uphill. Carbon conversion is like very tough. I'm probably preaching to the choir. If you do your LCA properly, you will need to expend energy, you will create emissions when you are using your CO2. You need to properly account for that. And to set a goal of creating a product that is net negative often yields to some, major emissions or tweaking of an LCA. We want a transparent and consistent LCA, and we understand your net reduction from the product that you are trying to replace may not be a full net reduction down to zero. It may just be better than what's out there, because it takes a lot of energy. These technologies are emerging, and it's very hard to set a completely decarbonized goal. We want to get there, but this program allows us to support an R&D or a procurement program that is stepping towards that goal at a realistic pace. We'll talk about life cycle greenhouse gas emissions in more detail, especially with Greg, who'll go over our LCA tools. But these two pieces of congressional direction really do provide great framing for our program. Is this a clarifying question?
Yeah, how would you define significant? Is that?
I'll go over that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a very good question. All right, some other critical points on the language. Section 40302 is also phenomenal in the fact that it gave us plenty of money. As you can see, we have about 310 million split over 5 years. And this money is a little bit different than the money that, yeah, I can. I was like, I tend to walk away. This money is so different because of what happens in all the other section 403 or XXX is they give money for a very defined goal, a very defined project. It's kind of like the DAC hubs, that slide that Mark had, it had those boxes of those very significant lumps of money with a very defined goal. This money is given to the whole R&D program. So 310 million for an R&D program to use at its discretion is a large plus up, and I haven't seen a bill. I'm not saying there's zero chance that it's out there. We just aren't aware, I'm not aware of another bill provision that gives money to the discretion of that program. So that leads us with a couple of really unique ways that we can treat this money. The amount of money that will be spent on the procurement program or these grants that we're hoping to establish will be set at program direction. I can say a couple of things in a public setting, obviously, about how much money will be set to the program. It's going to be capped at 310. We can't spend more than Congress gave us. And we envision that the amount spent will be dynamic. We hope that as the program gets established, as we get more applicants, we can give more money later on, right? We don't envision all of the money going out within the first year. That would be exceptional, great if it happens. But most likely as more programs and projects and technologies establish themselves and more folks are comfortable with the LCA methodology, we envision approving more vendors and getting more products into the economy and with this procurement program. Another thing worth noting is this program was deemed as a demonstration program. Demonstration by what the lawyers tell me, this is a rough paraphrase, we can only give about 50%. It's got to be a 50% cost share. So those eligible entities that are described here that will be applying to these grants will need to at least fund 50% of their project or their procurement of goods. We as in DOE, FECM, US government can only support up to 50% of a project in a demonstration. Second, I've already established this, these products will need to have a net reduction in a life cycle perspective. So critical points of the funding and how we believe the grant program will be shaped. All right, I've talked about LCA. I'm going to talk about it a little bit. I'm going to let Greg do most of it. But this is a toolkit that's been created over the last 3 years. It was initially created for this R&D program, the work that Joe talked about at length. So we realized we have a lot of different projects, a lot of different technologies, and we can't at face value, compare an algae project to catalytic conversion to a mineralization. We need some methodology, some uniformity across our applicants when they are telling us about their carbon reduction potential. Hence, this methodology was born. It's a living document. It's a toolkit. It has already undergone a revision. And what you see on this top left corner here, that box is the actual version. You can see it says version 2.0. So it's already been updated. That update was to be reflective of the types of CO2 sources we take, help with the clarity, provide more resources. And this methodology right here is what our applicants into the R&D world will look at. So our PIs will open this document and use all of the supporting resources to submit their LCA, a prelim LCA with their application, and the final LCA when they finish up their awards. This blue box here is new. It's a 45Q amendment. So addendum, sorry, 45Q addendum. How you use this 45Q addendum is if you look at IRS and their latest preamble that they issued, they directly ask if you're going to 45Q, if you're applying for a 45Q conversion or utilization tax credit, you should go to this website. You have this addendum and you read it along the methodology that we've created. So some sections may not apply to you because you're not a PI. So when you have the addendum, it's a read along and it is really tailored towards the use case that you have. In this case, it's 45Q. What we envision is a very similar format when you're looking at the procurement grants. Procurement grants will likely leverage a lot of the history in the background and all the legwork done by our R&D methodology, but we will create a use case explicitly for the procurement grants themselves. So hopefully that helps with how we do it. And there's a ton of resources. I really want to direct people to the training resources. I think it's a great way to learn about LCA. And we've created this tool to be as adaptive to everyone's needs. So you can have your preferred LCA tools or software, and you can actually, it facilitates the transfer into the methodology or the reports that we have here. So this is an outline of how we have envisioned the LCA process to go, right? So you have your manufacturer, that's the wonderful lady scientist right there on the right, and they're producing their LCA, or they're producing their CO2-based product. They have all their data ready, so they will complete an LCA for their eligible product with these consistent guidelines and submit that for review. So it'll be submitted, so the product manufacturer in their data science world will do their LCA and submit it to DOE for review. So DOE reviews the manufacturer's LCA, and we're checking for two things, and we've gotten into a really good, I mentioned before, a really good perspective with 45Q. We're looking for conformance to the guidelines as we've set it. We understand LCA is dynamic. We understand with more data comes more accurate LCAs. So what we are looking for is, did you follow the methodology? So that consistency and that conformance is really what we're leaning into with the utilization procurement grants. And here we've also defined a minimum of 10% over the business as usual case. So that's the significance threshold that we currently have. Like many Facm programs, how they're shaped, they expect that that threshold to become more aggressive in the future. But right now, for the initial opening, we're looking at a 10%. So now we've hit the first two steps. You're a scientist, you're a technology developer, you do your LCA, you submit it to DOE, and if it is conformance, if it meets, if it's consistent and conforms, you will get approved in some major, and you will be an UP grants manufacturer. Sorry, guys, when I say UP grants, I mean utilization procurement grants. I always say UP grants because it's easier to say than the whole thing, but just I realize I didn't provide that acronym before. But you are approved for your procurement grant, and you're added to this list of vendors. And what we want is eligible entities to engage with these approved vendors to submit their procurement and use receipts or whatever package that may consist of to receive the grant, the eligible entity. So once you hit that procurement contract, you establish that there has been a transaction, that these products are being used, you will then receive the procurement grant to, you know, offset some of that business or that premium that comes with these new products. Another thing to note, we did do an RFI. An RFI is a request for information. It's been 10 months maybe since the RFI was released and processed. And the technical area consisted of multiple technical areas because we have a lot of work going on. The technical area 6 in particular were the sets of questions really dedicated towards carbon dioxide removal and carbon conversion. All right. One thing to note in this pretty pie chart, I guess, of the respondents, our program is looking at eligible entities like state, local governments, public utilities. They are woefully underrepresented when it comes to responses. The reason for these regional workshops were to engage with folks that would be buying these products. As you can see, we have a lot of industry, like that's 34, a lot of academia, national labs. These are folks that would be the vendors. These are folks that are developing the technologies. We haven't received enough engagement with the folks that are interested in taking that offtake, in procuring, in using the CO2 or COX-based products. So that's what a lot of our outreach and understanding that sustainable procurement, that's where our questions will be focused more so today. Obviously, whatever input folks have in this dialogue is incredibly useful, but we definitely want to hit home. We're looking for those eligible entities to engage us as well, because their suite of considerations and challenges may be different, and we want to be respectful to that. That being said, here's a quick summary, kind of detailed summary actually, of the RFI responses, and I think it's important just to maybe keep them here for reference because these slides will be publicly available. So it's nice to see what others have been saying. In a very brief summary, I want to offer up that multiple stakeholders mentioned the business case for carbon conversion is incredibly difficult to work with. There is a premium associated with making these products, and they're often competing with commodity products that have a very efficient business as usual, fossil-based business case, I guess is the way to say it. So having this demand pull be created from the utilization procurement grants themselves is a really interesting way to offset that business premium and not pick winners or losers, right? It's creating the demand pull that Mark talked about in his first presentation. So we're very excited to lean into the development of this new perspective on how to help, rather than, you know, just push technologies forward, create markets that enable the procurement of said products. Second, the respondents talked about how DOE should engage stakeholders. In essence, we should engage everyone, and that's what we're trying to do. We should engage at state level, at the federal level. It's something that we've always done and hope to continue to do more so. The most commercially motivated stakeholders, the industry partners that we support day in and day out. Second, products, code standards, and certifications. This is an area that's very tough for others in particular to navigate, as well as the stakeholders ourselves. Having a set of very clean, transparent, and reproducible methodology, standards, or certification to validate your carbon reduction is really crucial if we're going to build consumer trust, if we're going to build a consumer base, and if we're going to create a rising tide for all technologies. So the lack of that standard practice was noted by a lot of stakeholders, and we're hoping that, you know, more harmonized tools such as LCA guidance, more communication between LCA practitioners, as well as socializing what LCA is to policymakers is one step in the right direction. But we understand establishing product codes, standards, and certifications. This is a very long process and requires a lot of stakeholder buy-in from industry and from consumers and regulators as well. Technology, there's a lot of comments actually on technologies, most likely given the fact that over half of our respondents were in this space. And responses covered a wide variety of conversion pathways. We know this. Joe has beautifully talked about the types of technologies that we fund, but there's even more out there. And a lot of these technologies are at different maturation levels. A lot of the folks did hope and expect that commercial deployment would happen in the mid-2030s. So that's very promising to hear, but they all did also highlight the need for really rigorous standards and certifications, funding, incentives, and policies that will be crucial for commercialization scale up. Here are a couple of other additional references. We have, USDA has been, I don't know, let me point in the cracks, so sorry, Alex. I'll point to you. USDA has been instrumental in helping us engage with stakeholders. One of the things that we did, how long ago was it, like just
April.
April, thank you. In April, we had an applicant education workshop. This was, what, 4 hours long, almost?
The virtual one was 4 hours, the in-person one.
Yeah,
Full day.
the in-person was full day, the virtual was 4. I think this is getting the virtual workshop, which is actually just a recording now in a treasure trove of information. We had folks from across our value chain talk about the bill provisions, we had procurement talk about what it means to apply and contract out and apply to the DOE and MTL. And we had a variety of resources from societal consideration and impacts and others highlight their efforts when it comes to the recent IIJA bill provisions. I think that's a great asset. You can actually see the program talk about this presentation at the very end, at minute like 3 hour and 55 minutes. Someone put us dead last. But it was phenomenal, and it was a great way to engage a ton of people, and I cannot highlight this enough. Greg will talk about the LCA toolkit in more detail, but we do lean heavily and will lean heavily into that for most aspects of the program and our funding. And I want to end on this slide, which gives us a moment to acknowledge not just the folks that have been talking, but multiple folks that are working behind the scenes to make this entire project come to fruition, honestly. In particular, I want to highlight Aaron Fuller right there, outreach lead. He has been instrumental in crafting these regional workshops and has been the face of engaging with many of you. So thank you very much, Aaron, for doing that. Greg has been our analysis lead, also helped by
Great.
yeah, Greg, I was like, this is going to be complicated. Our analysis leads, Greg, and as well, Joe has been phenomenal as well. So this is the team. Reach out to any of us, but hopefully we can break now and do discussion, right?
Well, first we have to get
Oh, yeah.
And also, we have a couple minutes left for Q&A. If anyone in the room would like to ask anything, the floor is open. Not seeing anyone. There was a question that came in online, kind of a follow-up to that, the 45Q question from earlier. How many of the LCAs have been completed to date? I guess there's kind of a concern that there's been very little public reporting on the progress of the program. Are you able to share that?
I think considering it is in IRS's jurisdiction, I would lean heavily on their whatever has been publicly reported as a technical asset and resource for IRS. I would not want to circumvent their public speaking roles. I think lawyers would again have something to say to us if we bypassed them.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a question for IRS.
Yeah,
basically,
pretty
on
much. I would I would lean heavily on what they've disclosed. But to highlight a difference, there is no IRS fingerprint on this program, right? So we envision this LCA process to not be such a black box of like, you submit to IRS or you submit to another entity, and you know, you have to flow through those channels to get your responses. Here, this is an FECM led and operated program with bill money. So there's a lot more flexibility on your LCA evaluation. It isn't as rigid when it comes to procedural practices. So there's room, and if there is hesitations or if you would like something to happen in this LCA process, this is also the format in which you can share what you would like or challenges you have faced. So I would encourage stakeholders to offer that up in this format as well, or shoot an email to any one of these wonderful people.
All right, that sounds great. Well, not seeing any more questions online or any in the audience. Thank you again, Amishi. So, all right. Thank you all for making it back from lunch on time. We're gonna go ahead and get started with the next part of the program to discuss the Techno-Economic Analysis. I'm going to bet that the only professional athlete in the room or online is about to give this presentation. So with that, I'm going to introduce Dr. Greg Hackett, who's a systems engineer and analyst in carbon conversion in the Carbon Conversion Research and Innovation Center at the National Energy Technology Laboratory. So with that, Greg, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and I kind of expected that introduction. It probably warrants a little explanation. I am a registered professional disc golfer. If anyone in the room or online is familiar with disc golf, I waited until I turned 40 so that I could play at the Masters group against the older folks, because I couldn't beat the kids that are up and coming. But I haven't had to report anything to the IRS because my career winnings are $100 so far. But thank you for that introduction, Alex. It's a good icebreaker. As you mentioned, I'm Greg Hackett with the National Energy Technology Laboratory. I've got a presentation, a high-level presentation on Techno-Economic Analysis, why we were requested, why it's important, what we expect to get out of it, and some resources that will help you to develop one if you're going to be doing so. So very briefly, I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but Joe mentioned in his presentation that NETL is the only government-owned, government-operated DOE national laboratory. And that gives us a special relationship with the headquartered folks at the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, because we can do programmatic directive analysis in addition to analyzing any research projects within NETL. And so that kind of provides this cyclical process here where we're informing program of potential future goals and metrics to assess projects. But we're also looking at how can we get the biggest bang for our buck with the current research portfolio? Where should analysis be? Where should research be focused based on the analysis? And that's an iterative process as the technologies mature. You go back into the techno-economic assessment and get better numbers with less error. The next slide here has a lot more details on that, but I'm not going to talk about that here. I did want to include this slide because these slides will be available for you to peruse later. So I'll get into the meat of the presentation. As I mentioned, the first thing we're going to look at is what and why techno-economic analysis. I put in a slide of how this connects with life cycle assessment based on some of the feedback we got from the last time we did this workshop, just to kind of give a little clarity of kind of the scope of the TA and where it fits within the LCA framework. Then I've got a handful of slides on the basic methodology of conducting a techno-economic analysis as prescribed by one of our NETL quality guidelines. So it's a very high level overview of the steps you would normally take to conduct a techno-economic analysis. And then I've got a very brief slide or two on additional resources, just to kind of give you some examples of where you can find some analyses that have been conducted by Natl. Emeryville is also another good source for analysis work. And then I'll wrap it up. So I'm trying to define this in one sentence. It's a little difficult, so I did it in two. Techno-Economic Analysis provides a methodology for systematically assessing technology states against a fixed reference state. The technology that you're developing, you need to have something to compare it to understand the cost differences, the emissions differences, how performance affects both of those things. So it is a method of analyzing economic performance of an industrial process, product, or service, including carbon-derived products. So some of the objectives that you expect to get out of a completed techno-economic assessment is guiding an investment pathways for technology development. And I highlighted that a little bit in the slide before, where we're looking at an emerging technology that is being developed in the laboratory. Sometimes the researcher doesn't exactly see the big picture of where they need to focus their research, what's going to make the biggest impact for economically or environmentally. And so looking at it from a systems perspective and kind of projecting what this would look like in the future could help guide research development to spend the funding that they have to develop this technology more efficiently. We can also use the assessment of these emerging technologies to provide performance targets and priorities, not only to the researcher, but also to program, so that as the technologies mature, you get more firm details on how that's going to project in the future, and that can help set metrics and targets for future that you might see in an FOA, for example. The analysis can identify critical data gaps. Where do we need to go next? What has not been considered as you develop this technology that could be a big cost that it's just not part of your thinking at the moment. And so that can kind of help address some of those challenges early on in the process. And then the intent is to be able to present the results for an outside reviewer, for anyone that might invest in your technology in an organized, concise, and visually coherent form that really gets that bottom line up front, and you can articulate your point clearly. So just a few more points on what a techno-economic analysis does is that it informs the discovery, design, and operation of processes that benefit from decision-making, because you're often looking at very different objective functions. So the often competing goals of profit, minimizing costs, market policy drivers, and meeting environmental and technical constraints. So sometimes when you just focus on one of those objective functions, it can push you in one direction where you really need to consider all of these. This process kind of helps you do that. This next point is very important. It provides the transparent and verifiable cost performance comparison to business as usual methodologies. I mean, she talked a lot about the transparency of the life cycle assessment, very similar for techno-economic analysis. I'll talk a little bit later about some of the assumptions that are made, and you have to be very clear about that, especially if you're developing a product that's meant to be critically reviewed by an outside entity, whether that's somebody that's reviewing your application to an FOA or a programmatic review for a program like this. Also provides some uncertainty quantification. Obviously, the lower you are on the TRL spectrum, the more uncertainty there's going to be in your process. So is there specific guidance on the kind of error bar you would expect to see from analysis being done at various technology readiness levels? And then it provides an ideal performance of cost operating configuration and serve as a target, as I mentioned. You might be developing a very specific conversion technology, but if you bring in the balance of plant, there might be some additional optimization type considerations that you would need to make there as you move forward. So I put this slide in to kind of very briefly talk about where TA fits in the whole scope of what would normally consider the life cycle assessment. And I wanted to mention that it focuses on the required balance of plant, cost, energy state, and incoming, outgoing resources and waste streams, in addition to the actual developed technology. So these results are typically fed into or developed in parallel with, and I would highly recommend doing techno-economic analysis in parallel with your life cycle assessment, because there's a lot of good feedback that we've gotten from doing that. It can certainly help make your life cycle assessment more robust. So the LCA derives the impacts of the technology from cradle to grave. And so I put a few examples here of what may be considered inside or outside the scope of a TEA. So for example, you may consider the cost, pressure, temperature, composition of an incoming hydrogen or CO2 stream. But for the techno-economic assessment, that's all you'd really need to know is the cost of the hydrogen, the purity, in case there's some contaminants issues that you might need to focus on. But that doesn't really give you the environmental impact of how that hydrogen or where that CO2 is coming from. And that's something that you would widen the scope a little bit further in the LCA to understand. There's a typo here that how should be there, but TA doesn't consider process components manufacturing or end of life disposition. We don't really look at the process used to make the components that are going to be part of your in development system. LCA does that. Is the steel that you're using for the plant, where does that come from, et cetera. That's part of that. And end of life disposition, what do you do with the equipment at the end of life? That's not part of the TEA scope. And it doesn't typically consider the end of use of the product. I mean, it can, you can widen the scope of, a bit if it's of interest for your techno-economic assessment, but it typically doesn't involve the end of use. So I kind of put this graphic up here because this is one of the questions that came up during the roundtable a couple of weeks ago, is how exactly where does TEA and LCA, where do their scopes end? And so I hate saying that TA is a subset of LCA because it's certainly a part of understanding the entire life cycle impact of the technology. And Greg will talk more about that coming up shortly. And I assure you that you did not have to be named Greg to do systems analysis for the DOE. We got a flash player update. It's not going to let me advance slides now. Is there any way to cancel this? I'm not a the only option is download. All right. Thank you. I don't use Macs, sorry. So the next set of four or five slides is going to be kind of a rundown of the basic steps of conducting a techno-economic analysis. And this is a very high level overview of this document that I have linked here, which has a lot more details. If this isn't, this is meant to be a kind of a high level overview of what TEA is for those that have never done one and are wondering why we're asking for it. If you've done one, this is going to be, this is not going to be very useful to you. I do recommend that going into the document to get more details, or I'll be available for questions. So the first step is very important, and it's, with any project, the planning process is one of the most important things to do. And so the technology analysis plan is the roadmap for executing the TEA. It discusses the approach and methodology required. It develops a very basic process flow diagram or a block flow diagram. So you may, like just as I had before, you just may have certain components that need to be there, the energy and the materials inputs and outputs, just kind of get a basic configuration of what your technology is going to look like. And that can be a kind of a living diagram as you determine what's needed and what's not. Important to note that it should be discussed with the end users to make sure that you're doing an analysis on something that's applicable to the developer. Sometimes there's a disconnect there where the performer of the TEA, if it's not the developer itself, they could be a little bit misaligned there, so that's important. And then, as I mentioned, this is kind of a living plan, so it's going to be amended as you go through the analysis. And you said, oh, well, we didn't consider this in our plan, we need to. So that's constantly updated. So it should address the following: the objective, you should know why you're doing the analysis, specifically what are you trying to compare it to, what business as usual case or what emerging technology are you trying to compete with. It's very important to understand what your competition is so that you can have a direct comparison to that and to demonstrate how your technology is economically or environmental pieces superior. Then you want to talk about what advanced cases are to be evaluated. If you've got a couple of different configurations that you've got in your mind, maybe you want to do several cases to understand which might be the best in different situations. The novel design basis, obviously, you're going to generate the performance and cost of the system that you're developing at a particular scale, whether that's looking forward to the future and how this would be commercially implemented. Sensitivity analysis is very important, especially in this field where you're using energy as an input to convert the CO2 into a value-added product. If you're looking at electricity, Joe's presentation kind of talked about the current grid electricity cost versus the future or idealistic cost. So obviously the cost of electricity that you would input into your analysis is going to influence your results quite a bit. So sensitivity analyses on things like that, if there happens to be a need for hydrogen, what that cost of hydrogen is, you can do sensitivities from the $1 per kilogram all the way up to current state of the art. And then obviously it's important to understand how long it's going to take you to complete the analysis. So the next step is to actually model your technology. We at Natl use Aspen. I have experience with ChemCAD, but any sort of chemical kinetic software that can help you detail your material and energy balances, which are going to be critical for equipment design, is going to be important to understanding the techno-economics of your process. Recommended to hold the product amount constant. So when you compare it to the base case, business as usual, so that you have a really good apples to apples comparison. You really need to understand how the balance of plant equipment will be affected. A good example of this is in carbon capture, where you're pulling out steam to use to regenerate the solvent. How does that pulling out that steam affect the rest of the plant? So you'll come across instances where you'll have some heat exchange in a carbon conversion process that would affect the balance of plant. So that's really important to understand, and the performance model can help you do that. And that'll help you to produce a more detailed process flow diagram, so that you can have your very detailed stream tables that can be used to assess the technology. And then the typical things that you would need to know for your processes there. Oh, so I'll just get to the bottom bullet point on the useful information. So there's likely to be some novel equipment that's used in your process that might not be available in the literature, or something that's not available in the performance software for analysis. And you might have to come up with your own design equations and scaling methodology for that. So that's very important if you're not just using a standard boiler or a standard heat exchanger. If you need something different, then you're going to have to put additional input on your own for that. So once you have a good process flow, the next step, and you understand the performance of your system, the next step is cost estimation. And so Natl has, there's another link here on Natl's cost estimation methodology. Talks about all the considerations for costing. Natl relies on the AACE, which is the Association for the Advancement of Cost Engineering estimate classes. If you've done TEA, you're probably familiar with these. But what this does, it puts an error bar for the accuracy of your results based on the TRL of the technology state as it is. So screening, which is a very early stage. So if you're just developing your technology, you're doing a screening, you might not have a full, or you can even have a 0% project definition, and you're basing it on technical analogs or engineering judgment. You're going to have a pretty wide error bar there, -20, +100. But as you go up and you get more definition in your project, and you're doing budget estimates, or even get to the feed stage, which is very much in depth, that your error bar starts to come down. That's why it's important to keep updating your analysis as the technology develops, and that's highly recommended. So last but not least is reporting. So now you've got your performance information with your mass and energy balances. You've got your cost estimation based on the guidance given. So now you just need to report it. And as I mentioned before, it's recommended that you report it as clear and concise manner as possible. There is recommendations for how that's done in the document that I've referenced before. But I wanted to highlight, and I mentioned this before, but any of the assumptions that you made in the analysis, they have to be clearly detailed. And that's important because you're going to undoubtedly come across a situation where you have to assume something that you didn't know before. And as an entity that's tasked with reviewing your TEA, it's important that all the assumptions are detailed so that we can come to the same conclusion that you did, hopefully, if you did it properly. So that becomes a critical aspect for the recipient of the TEA, whether that's the program or any reviewer of the FOA, as I mentioned before. So I'll wrap up here shortly. I'm not going to read every line here, but there are a lot of examples of completed TEA out there, and ETL has primarily looked at TEAs of technologies that are producing energy, but we've obviously expanded a lot from there. I think one that might be of particular interest is the hydrogen production. TEA looks at various technologies for producing hydrogen, which a lot of carbon conversion projects need some sort of hydrogen in there, and understanding the cost and the life cycle of that is critically important. So there's a link to our analysis library. One of our bigger analyses is the fossil energy baseline, which looks at various carbon capture costs for several different energy producing technologies, which might be of interest. And I mentioned the fuel cell. She's not here now, but she was the Bloom participant was interested in carbon capture on solid oxide fuel cells. So we do have a report on that. So I'm going to wrap up there. This slide is just a restatement of the points I made earlier. If you have any questions or would like to get into any more details, like I said, this is meant to be pretty high level. Here's my contact information. I'll be available for the roundtable discussion. Thank you for your time. Yeah. I'll be happy to give any disc golf lessons too. I didn't bring my disc with me to California though.
Thanks. Any questions in person? And not seeing any in person, looks like, oh, Joe did not raise his hand, but he gave you the clap emoji.
All right.
So well done. Seeing no questions online, if we could just give Greg one more round of applause. All right, next up we have Greg Cooney to discuss LCAs, or life cycle analysis. And Greg is a senior engineer in life cycle analysis at FPCM. So with that, take it.
Hi everyone. So why LCA? It was sort of written into the legislation. So we've seen this. There's a couple of provisions within the infrastructure law that have life cycle requirements as well as the Inflation Reduction Act. So we're starting to see this sort of make its way in, which is a good opportunity, I think, for LCA, but also sort of a call for us to standardize and really coalesce around methods and approaches. And so that's what we'll talk about during this session, is how we've done that with FECM and NETL in the context of carbon utilization conversion. And so I think the first question is, well, why do we need a life cycle reduction as part of the statutory language? And yeah, I think it's, you could, one view could be that, well, you're using carbon dioxide, you're avoiding emissions that otherwise would have been released, but as mentioned by Greg and Joe and others, a lot of these processes are very energy intensive. And so carbon utilization is not inherently beneficial. It certainly may be in some cases. And so LCA is the way that we can sort of assess the scale or magnitude of the benefit. And we know that it's a combination of systems as well. So, and I'll talk about this a little more when we get into the guidance. We're not only just considering the source of, or the conversion process itself, but also where the CO2 came from, because where the CO2 came from sort of determines the benefit. Was it removed directly from the atmosphere by direct air capture? Was it industrial sources? They all have sort of different net benefits in the end in the context of an LCA. And so I guess taking a step back, what is LCA? It's really, it's a framework, an accounting framework really that helps you look at things from a cradle to grave perspective of raw material through end use, end of life. And, you know, we've talked a lot today about, at least the way it's specified in the bill, is that it's based on GHG emissions. LCA is a framework. It can be used and is intended to be used for all emissions and sort of identify where there might be trade-offs with other environmental impacts. That's not the focus of this program, but it is something that I just sort of want to put out there is LCA differs from carbon accounting in the sense that it's the scope is broader to include other emissions and other potential impacts. Within FECM and ETL, in support of the programs within FECM, we use LCA in a variety of ways. This isn't exhaustive in any sense, but just to sort of give you a sense for how we use it, in addition to how we'll use it for this program. The first is establish national baselines. So that's really sort of about setting benchmarks. So Greg mentioned the hydrogen study, which was a combined TEA and LCA. It looks at a variety of cases, including sort of the conventional route to hydrogen in the US now, steam methane reforming. It sort of sets that benchmark. And so we can use those benchmarks as we evaluate alternatives technologies, which is sort of the next piece, assessing emerging and existing technologies, sort of doing that comparison. And then understanding within those comparisons where there might be sort of a range of scenarios or solution space where something could be beneficial or alternatively could be detrimental. Because inherently we're sort of doing the last piece and going back to Joe's Yogi Berra quote again, like, you can do either a retrospective LCA, what sort of piece of the pie do I have to take account for my product or process, or you can sort of do a prospective, and that's what we're thinking about in this sense, is sort of looking ahead for many of the programs within FECM. I'm going to skip this because it basically says the same thing as the last slide. I think when we've been working on LCA at NETL, I mentioned before I was a contractor there since probably 2008. We started thinking about applying LCA to conversion and utilization processes probably about 5 years ago. And, it's a challenging application of LCA. LCA in general can be applied to any product or process. And so, utilization or conversion is no different. But I think what's sort of challenging to wrap your head around in this application is sort of a couple of things. There's a wide variety of end products, which Joe and Amishi hit on earlier. And then you've got these potentially different sources of CO2. And you want to look at this from a sort of a holistic way, because again, going back to the notion that just because you capture CO2 it's always beneficial. It sort of depends, right? Because it depends what your business as usual scenario would be. And so I think what's been challenging and why we've spent so much time on this, and when we get into the guidance and the toolkit, we can talk through this more. But really, it's this combined and integrated system that makes this LCA application a bit more unique than others. And as with any LCA, it's always important that we have sort of consistent comparisons. We talk in LCA about establishing a functional unit, and that's really the sort of the service that the process or product provides to society. But that also serves as the basis for comparison. So, you know, if we talk about, you know, with emerging technologies, one of the challenges might be that these are completely novel products, and they don't necessarily have, you know, a business as usual that we can point to, and that sort of makes the comparison a bit trickier. But that's a challenge that we need to face when doing the LCA is when it's inherently comparative, as it's specified in the bill, we have to be very clear in terms of what the function of the system is, and make sure that the system we set up to compare to provides the same functions to society. And so, yeah, I guess probably 2018 or so, NETL started developing this guidance to ultimately to support the research program at DOE. You know, knowing that LCA was going to be an important consideration in evaluating potential technologies for future investment within the program portfolio, yeah, we set out to create this guidance. And I think the first piece we realized is LCA, while it's governed by ISO, those ISO standards are so general such that you can apply them to anything. And so necessarily they're set up in a vague way, but because of that, it leaves a lot of subjectivity in some of the elements, which ultimately can lead to two analysts doing the same LCA in slightly different ways and sort of rendering them uncomparable. So we really set out not to rewrite ISO, but sort of build upon ISO and say, let's follow the ISO standards, but for these portions of the ISO standards, let's lay out exactly how we want the LCA to be done. And yeah, ultimately that sort of bleeds into the second point. We want to make sure that we're getting good quality LCAs. And we sort of realized that it's like this really small field with all this jargon, and we wanted to make it accessible to any technology developer so that you could take someone who maybe has a systems sort of or engineering background, and they would be able to do this without sort of having to go out and have you know, a very specific or dedicated skill set to do that. And you know, in the context of the investments within the program, you know, the goal of the investment is not to have the researcher do an LCA. It's something we want as part of it, just as we do with the TEA, but it's really to sort of advance the technology along. And so we specifically wanted to minimize the effort that would be needed to complete the LCA. And then the final point is more broadly, like, we realized that it's no good for us to operate in a vacuum as we developed this guidance. And so there were a couple of other initiatives that were getting started as well, and I'll talk some more about those. But we wanted to be part of a broader global discussion on how to do LCA for these technologies. So I'm just going to walk through a couple of the elements on the guidance itself. And so the first point was how do we improve the clarity and specificity of the guidance? So again, we're not saying that this is sort of diverging from ISO, but it's sort of taking ISO and and removing some of the subjectivity, making some of the decisions along the way. We know that there's specific feedstocks and technology pathways that the program is thinking about, and so we wanted to sort of start with that in mind. Again, to the second point, we absolutely want this to be consistent with the ISO standards. That's the benchmark for all LCA. And then similar to Greg's point, we wanted to sort of tailor this to meeting technologies where they are in the development cycle. It doesn't make sense to do this huge comprehensive LCA for something that's at a 1 or 2 or 3. But it does make sense to do sort of some hotspot identification early on in the process to help identify some places where you might make some improvements while you're still at that early phase. In terms of the accuracy of the LCA, the team at Natl that developed the guidance has a whole toolkit, including videos, webinars, and support that's available throughout the process. And again, this is sort of geared towards the programmatic side. We'll talk more about the application to this particular provision going forward. And then Natl reviews the LCAs that come in through the program for quality, and then there's sort of this interaction and feedback with the PIs. And finally, the consistency and repeatability is really key in the framework. We want people using, one of the biggest challenges in LCA is getting data to model the inputs to your system. There's lots of different data sources out there, and we don't want people scrambling for data. So Natl has developed quite a bit of data that can sort of just be pulled in, whether they're inputs to a process for heat or electricity, those sorts of things that are available off the shelf and can really be applied to any LCA. And then in terms of the minimization of effort, we tried to avoid some of the burdensome requirements. And again, I think some of this goes back to meeting projects where they are in terms of where they are in the development cycle. Even though it's a really broad research space, we know there are some commonalities across them, and so we tried to sort of frame it such that we could leverage those common things throughout all the LCAs. And really the way that the toolkit is structured is it sort of follows the framework of ISO in terms of the steps of the LCA. So it's not completely foreign if someone has familiarity with the ISO standard. And so this is the toolkit. The website is here. It is a toolkit. It comprises a guidance document, and then we provide a variety of sort of modeling options. So there's open source LCA software called OpenLCA, and we provide our data in that particular format so that it's available. Certainly don't have to use that. But yeah, we're trying to make things as easy as possible. Again, reduce the burden. There's training resources available on how to use the software, how to use the data. And then there's a variety of reporting tools that extract the data from the software. We've got a template for the LCA report. So it really sort of helps you throughout the entire process of conceptualizing the LCA with the guidance to actually conducting it within the software platform and then reporting it back. And then as Amishi mentioned this morning, we have a separate addendum to our programmatic guidance for the purposes of 45Q. And again, it's a companion document. So the way that it reads is sections within the programmatic guidance are either directly replaced by what's in the addendum, or they're added to with additional explanation. And then we have the same sorts of tools again. We have the data available. We have the tools to pull the data out of the tool and sort of produce results that can be used in an LCA report for the context of 45Q. Amishi walked through this before. I don't think I have anything significant to add other than I think we added these arrows between 1 and 2. She alluded to this being an FECM program, which means we don't sort of have these very distinct firewalls and blocks. And so that's to say that we view this as an interactive relationship with the producers and with DOE. You know, ultimately we want a long list of approved products. That would be our goal. I think you know, be a great success for this program. So we want to help people succeed, and so I think that's to say that we think this part of the process will be more interactive, similar to what we have with our program PIs. But otherwise, this is essentially the same slide as you see here. I mentioned earlier the guidance we've developed. We have been working with an international CCU assessment harmonization group. You can see the entities here. It's sort of been initiated by the Global CO2 Initiative at the University of Michigan, but encompasses all of these different organizations. And the goal, again, is to come together as a group, identify the gaps, and then try to coalesce around methods so that we can produce consistent LCAs going forward. Yeah, and I would say, you know, in sort of isolation, NETL was developing their guidance, and at the same time, there was a European group developing their guidance. This was back in like 2019. They were both released around the same time, and yeah, being developed in isolation, they were probably 95% similar, which was validating for us, and I think for them as well. And so we're sort of working through that last 5%. But I think the point is to say we're not just sort of making this up in isolation. We're very much engaged with the international community and other efforts. And look forward to standardizing this application of LCAs as we go forward. And then just one last slide. Procurers might be familiar, I'm sure are likely familiar with environmental product declarations, EPDs. EPDs require an LCA as part of their process. And they're governed by a set of rules that are laid out sort of specific to the product sector. So there's something called product category rules, PCRs. For this program, we will not just take an EPD. And there's, I guess, two main reasons why. The first is the statutory language requires a comparison. And the EPD in and of itself doesn't produce a comparative result. It just establishes the result for the sort of proposed product. So that's the first issue. And the second is we want to ensure that the carbon oxide sources are consistently and adequately characterized using the guidance that we developed in collaboration with the international community on last slide. That's not to say that down the road, EPDs and product category rules won't sort of develop consistency around this. But for now, we really want to kind of stick with our guidance. All that said, this process, at least, what we envision as requiring as part of step one here, it wouldn't get you all the way to an EPD, but if you've got an LCA, you're very far along the path. And so while this process won't sort of take you all the way to the end of the EPD process, our hope is that the LCA that is developed for this process can be leveraged to get an EPD if that's something that's of interest or necessary for a producer going forward. So that's it. Yeah, if anyone has any questions, happy to take them now. My contact info is here. There's the link for the toolkit. And then if you add a backslash and a 40 or a forward slash and a 45Q, that takes you to the addendum. There's also a link on this page. Yeah, any questions?
Yeah, so I should have asked this on TA as well. Is there an effort to try and push this out into the public domain, like all the LCA assessments and the TAs and different technologies and comparison matrices? It's great that you can use it as a decision-making tool, the comparison tool inside the fence, if you will.
Yeah.
But the part of the public benefit aspect angle to it is something that's often overlooked in the rush to protect the crown jewels, shall we say. So is there any thought about a public-facing domain or exemplars or case examples of why decisions were made, how they were made, and what the impact were in terms of economics and carbon?
Yeah, I can offer a few thoughts. I know Misha, you have some as well.
Do we just want to get both the graphs
Yeah.
and like start the discussion?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if the people online.
Oh, yeah.
Question you might want to.
So the question was sort of, have we been thinking about getting this sort of information out into the public domain? Is that a fair?
Yeah, just what's the public access to the data and the results and the impacts?
Yeah. So I mean, I think that it is a goal that sort of generate all this data throughout the process. Where we can, the tool itself is available, right? And we're continuously adding data to the LCA database. So over time that's evolving. But yeah, in terms of the evaluation of the pathways themselves, I think we want to get there. We've talked about some platforms for how we might share that. NETL has some infrastructure that we could leverage. Yeah, the thing I don't know about, and Misha, you could speak to this, is sort of like the CVI element of some of the data and sort of how we handle that. And I think there are some approaches where we could sort of meet halfway, I guess.
I mean, and I don't want to catch up, but I want to hear your perspective as well. California did a great job with the LCFS. The low-term fuel standard is that if a company wanted to take a public benefit in terms of a policy incentive, they had to have a pathway that was validated and public. And it had to be public domain about what they were doing, their conversion balances, and their carbon footprint and carbon intensity. And so you can go to the LCFS website and all the pathways that are validated are there. And so just something for the folks to consider. Sorry, you?
Yeah, so I don't know with respect to this program, what the disposition of any TA type work, if that's going to be made public. For the work that we've done, all those links are publicly available reports, and some of them are more generic as opposed to we're looking at company A's technology, but we've done that too. And so there's certainly some IP considerations there. So a lot of that has not been made public. Some of the more some of the analysis we've done recently, especially with our internal research innovation center, they do want to publish some of the results. So some of that is going to be made public. So I guess it's kind of a case by case basis. But I usually leave it for the program to decide what the disposition of the products for this. I don't really know yet. So maybe if you can comment on that.
Thank you.
Oh.
Do you want?
Yeah, why don't I take a second? I think I referenced the programmatic perspective. And obviously, as an R&D program, having more information out there is ideal. But upon communications with lawyers, upon what's good with, say, like how much is CBI, confidential business information, that does also limit how much we can put publicly accessible or put into publicly accessible space. Because a lot of things that are IP related, even if they get our funding, get blacked out even in the formal public reports. So that's a harder space to navigate, but it has a lot of good value, and what you're referencing in terms of the pathways themselves being publicly accessible for the LCFS, that's like those bits of information and feedback are really important when shaping our programmatic stances on different projects, because this right here is a demonstration program, which may not lend itself to the same kind of thinking that we do in our R&D program.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, you said the database is constantly updated. Does that mean, like kind of touching on his question, the results of, let's say, Blue Planet's aggregates, that LCA result is going to be added into that database, right?
No, so it's sorry, that it's the question was about the update of the LCA database. So it's data that can be used as inputs, like common inputs. So if we start to see, in our support of the program as an example, like there's this chemical feedstock that's really important to a variety of pathways. Like NETL might create the life cycle inventory data for how that chemical is produced, and then it's an input in the database, so you can just pull it in without having to go out and sort of model that yourself.
I'll push, I guess, a step further. And I'm sorry that I focused on buildings here, but concrete has many different constituents.
Yep.
So having a new aggregate, new whatever, SDM, how would someone who's trying to do an LCA or an like people who are doing EVs are going to want to do LCAs on their concrete mixes. So if there is new embodied, low embodied products, how do you work around that? I mean, like for example, if we do an LCA, we're going to promote the LCA's results ourselves.
Sure.
But how would like organizations that are going to promote that, how can you view their LCAs, for example?
Yeah, I mean,
Well, and I don't mean to like look at like every step, because you're right. You learn IP just by looking at the LCA, but the result, I think, you can't learn from it as much from the result, just seeing how.
Sure. Yeah. No, for sure. And yeah, I mean, I think one of the challenges has been in this program, because there are so many different potential products, that going back to LCFS as an example, there's a defined set of products, right? They're fuels, and there's a defined set of benchmarks. That's a lot harder here, because there's hundreds of potential products, and so I'll just skip to this one, and let's pretend you're all procurers. One of the things we're interested in is like, what products do you want to buy, right? Like, so the eligible entities, what are the sort of the big ticket products that they're interested in, so that we can begin to develop consistent benchmark data, so that everyone's working from the same benchmark in a particular sector, right? So that's been the challenge, I think, across this space, is that there's such a wide range of products. We can't just start with everything, and so we're really sort of looking for feedback, and some of that has come through the program, right? We see the trends, we see sort of where the science is going, like what interest there is in certain pathways, but we would like to be in the situation where we could develop the same benchmark for everyone to use. But yeah, it's really sort of iterative at this point when it's sort of early days. Please.
I mean, it's a great kickoff for the roundtable, because there are like bio-preferred programs out there. There are STAR and other standards like LEED for buildings, and so you could in one embodiment envision these class of products, and instead of going into details in any one of them, you get the metrics that they have to meet in order to get a certification that then can go into that type of pipeline, and that has been a very successful model. for a lot of things, not everything, but it's just something else to consider, especially on the procurement side, if you're trying to incentivize the behavior that you want. Coming up with a standard that they have to hit may be just as big.
Yeah, no, that's really helpful. Yeah, definitely. I think we've approached it from like trying to like come up with classes of products. Yeah.
And since this is supposed to be a discussion where we're pulling more information from you guys, if you have preferred, you know, metrics that you use or standards that you use, obviously we've had so many discussions internally, but we're not here to give you our color or our take. We're here to learn with what you guys think might be the most helpful, which is also why Aaron like we have so many by clean programs presenting later, right? Like that's a very good tie-in to have. But if one's a particular, like Mo said, perhaps, you know, the number at the end or the pathway, like that's really helpful for us as well. So you mentioned lead in particular, or
There's a whole host of certified products that have been certified by some filter set that then they get a stamp of approval, be it, you know, energy efficiency. Berkeley Lab in California kind of led the way on that for a lot of appliances and others. So, you know, there's something, and building standards, and so there are examples out there to draw from. And USDA in particular led a lot in bioproducts for certification for their BioPreferred program, I think it's called, and that has been a pretty well received program. In addition to that.
I think BioPreferred is on one of our, like, we can look into that one more. For sure.
Question, Alex, since we're going into the round table, no, I think it's where we wanted to go.
Yeah, so we have one question that came in online, and then after you answer that, let's officially start the round table.
Did I start with that?
And so I'll let you answer this, Greg, but for those who are online, actually, as well as in person, the last time we split into two separate groups. This time we're going to keep everyone together. Feel free to turn your cameras on if you're online. We'll turn ours on. But this question, can CO2 derived from natural sources be used as the baseline?
Say that again. CO2 derived
from natural sources be used as the baseline.
That's the baseline for, yeah. I don't see it.
As
the baseline for making a product. If that's the conventional product, then.
For comparison.
Yes.
And when they mean CO2, natural CO2, is it like from a junk? Yeah.
So the question's from Peter Connors. Peter, if you're still online, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself and provide more context to your question.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a question of whether or not, you know, there is a comparison that's part of the Lca analysis. And you know, the question is, what is the baseline, you know, for the CO2 emissions? Could you use, for instance, naturally derived CO2 as the baseline compared to CO2 that was used to develop some other product?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say, I mean, we want our boundaries to be inclusive, not of just the source of the CO2, but also the product, because we want to, where there are differences in sort of the conversion process, we want to capture that as well. And so all that's to say, I mean, I think if thinking back to our guidance, I mean, if that sort of falls, there's a hierarchy of how the comparison system is developed. And, you know, if that's the pathway, you know, if natural CO2 for a particular product is the industry dominant pathway, then that would be the right comparison system. But we don't want to truncate the boundary just at CO2. We want to go through conversion.
Yeah, and I think the methodology does a really good job of having a hierarchy on how to establish your baseline, and it's very explicit for, you know, do industry average. This is what industry average means. best practices. So it has a whole section about that, because obviously, you know, if you're looking 10% better than your counterfactual, your base case, you have to be careful not to pick the worst case as your base case. It has to be representative.
Yeah, and just one other thing to add, like there has been sort of some precedents in other standards as well that these comparisons should be on a full life cycle basis. And again, because we're setting this up as a percentage reduction, the percentage difference will vary depending on where you draw the boundary. And so we do want to go all the way to through the production of the conversion product.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you everyone for coming back from break. We had one slight adjustment to the agenda due to an upcoming flight. But before the presentation, I'm going to hand it over to Blake, who's going to moderate this final session.
Yeah, so thank you everyone for coming back. As Alex said, we're going to try and add on a high note with all the presentations we have slated for the last session this afternoon, which is really going to be focused on regional highlights and opportunities on the West Coast relative to CO2 utilization and procurement. And the first speaker that we have up for today, from first to last, or last to first, is Laura Berlin-Shane. Did I say that right?
Berlin-Shane.
Berlin-Shane. From Blue Planet Systems Corporation, and she's going to be talking about industry's view of the regional carbon conversion ecosystem. So Laura, over to you.
Thank you. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Is this, am I talking to Pat or?
You're talking to us.
Okay. I know there's a camera somewhere. Okay.
The camera's facing that way.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so I was asked to provide sort of an industry perspective, and as I spoke about, and I think so there's a couple of us here from Blue Planet Systems. We're a carbon capture and mineralization company. So what we do is we capture CO2. We're agnostic where the CO2 comes from. We capture it from an emitter, and then we transform it into a building material that sequesters CO2. So the focus of the presentation that I'm going to give is definitely very narrow in terms of I'm focusing in on the building material space, specifically low embodied carbon building materials that are part of a carbon capture and conversion process. This is just an illustration of our commercial demonstration facility, which is located here actually in the East Bay. It's in Pittsburgh, California, Pittsburgh with a G, no H, where we started in the lab, and now we're at the place where we're projecting to be at about 15,000 tons per year CO2 capture, 2023. And then ultimately the goal is to scale up to 175,000 tons per annum at that facility. We capture the CO2 from a Calpine combined cycle natural gas facility. Okay, so sort of looking at the landscape here, I tried to separate it into sort of market mechanisms versus policy and regulatory. And so I think some of the key trends here that are sort of in the favor of sort of developing this market and growing it is this new focus on embodied carbon versus operating carbon. So I'm not sure if you all understand sort of what the difference is between embodied carbon versus operating carbon. Operating carbon, you can only really, I'd say, reduce it down to a certain level, and then you have to get into embodied carbon. Operating carbon is sort of how much energy you're using primarily in the process. And then embodied carbon, of course, is the CO2 that's used to produce the product. So I think I have a slide here that sort of demonstrates what we're talking about. And so in the past, there's been this focus on how do we become more efficient? How do we reduce our CO2 based on efficiency, let's use renewables. You get to a point where at that point, you have to start looking at embodied carbon. And so here in California, there's been sort of a focus not only in the discussion, but also in terms of policy. So the last legislative session, which just ended, there were a couple of bills that were passed that are now awaiting signature at the governor's office. One of them in particular is all about reducing embodied carbon. And that's a bill, it's sponsored by Assemblymember Holden. And it talks about not only measuring embodied carbon, but also creating a target to reduce it by 30% by 2035. So these are all drivers that will enable sort of the types of technologies that the planet's working on. There's other companies that are doing very similar sort of lowering embodied carbon in building materials, specifically concrete. You've heard of carbon cure, they inject CO2. There's carbon built we talked about today. So I think one of the challenges though here in terms of the market is how do you value that CO2 that's captured in the product? We talked a lot about EPDs and LCAs. Currently it's, I'd love to hear the perspective from Caltrans after this, but we found that it's very difficult to reflect the CO2 captured in a building material like concrete. You can do an LCA, you can do an EPD. It's not clear that there's a specific methodology that will focus and isolate how much CO2 is actually captured in that material. So I think that's a big challenge. It's something that's actually part of the legislation, is to help create a methodology to illustrate that. As well, I think the focus on focus on building decarbonization is a trend that is also sort of giving a tailwind here, because the built environment is responsible for, I think, about a third of CO2 emitted in California. So the focus on becoming carbon neutral here in California by 2045, there's really no way to get there unless you're reducing embodied carbon in the built environment. And then I mentioned this AB 2554, this is the embodied carbon bill. There's also a new bill that is awaiting signature, SB 905, and this is all about creating a framework for CCUS. So carbon capture is very controversial here in California, you're probably aware. It's environmentalists are not fond of it because they do present the case that this does possibly prolong the life of emitters. You could say that by putting capture technology on an emitter, it does enable it to continue to operate. But I think that there's been this acknowledgement at this point that we can't get to net zero. We can't get there without some sort of carbon capture, because otherwise we'd be importing the whatever it is, the refined fuel or the electricity, and just kind of moving around the greenhouse gas emissions. So this is a pretty landmark bill, because it does say we need to create a framework for carbon capture. At this point, we need to start measuring how to get there. We need to create accounting methodology. So it is something that I think is a sort of a concession that we will be using it. Now the question is, at what point will we be using it? I think the pathway is, let's just reduce as much as we can the emissions, and then start, putting on the capture technology. But I think also, specifically, these hard to decarbonize industries will be the targets of the carbon capture, which cement is one of them. So that kind of dovetails nicely with creating products that are low embodied carbon concrete. It works well with possibly a carbon capture project at a cement facility. Let's see here. So the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act that just was passed, we talked a little bit about that. There's a couple of different provisions there that are also going to generate more projects, more interest in CCUS projects. One of them is this increased tax credit, 45Q, for utilization. So now it's $60. It's still less than what you would get for geologic sequestration, but it's more than it was before. It's going to enhance the return of the project. And then there's also about $5 billion put aside, I have it broken down here, for procurement of these products. So I think this is actually really very similar to sort of what we're talking about here, which is how do we measure and how do we create sort of the measurement and a baseline for these low embodied carbon products that we would like to procure. So there's going to be a lot of money, hopefully creating a lot of demand, similar to what we're doing here. The other notable kind of I'll talk about CEC also. There's the CEC, the California Energy Commission, typically focuses on energy efficiency and reducing energy uses in buildings. Their last IPER, their Integrated Energy Policy Report, they do talk about, let's look at embodied carbon. So there could be new building code reform that would target lower embodied carbon within the built environment. So that's also a trend, and that's that I think will help contribute to growing this space. And then lastly, the DOE, I think last week, just issued this industrial decarbonization roadmap. So I think there are a lot of favorable trends that will, I think, generate more excitement and enthusiasm about these products. Challenges, there are, so we talked a little bit before about offtake agreements. I think that's a huge challenge, particularly coming from a startup where we don't have a product yet for sale. But in order to get funding, you do need offtake agreements. So I think a program like this is really critical, provides a critical gap, provides a bridge in that gap between pre-availability and availability. And I just think it's exciting to see that there's going to be some risk taking here in terms of possible offtake agreements. The bias towards geologic sequestration is pretty evident. There's the funding that's coming out of the Biden administration from the Infrastructure Act, as well as the IRA. Lots of focus on taking CO2 and burying it, and I think, or transporting it, purifying it and transporting it. Not so much for utilizing it, probably because there is this precedent of drilling and burying things, and the fossil fuel industry has lots of experience, lots of workforce, and has a vested interest in this. But because of that, I don't think there's a good understanding of the potential for carbon utilization in products. So I think there's a lot of work to be done education-wise, just sort of telling the story about what carbon utilization is. It's not just injecting it into the ground and making, getting more oil. The buy clean for concrete is something that I'm sure we'll hear about from DGS, but buy clean for concrete doesn't exist. It was proposed this legislative session to add concrete to the list of materials under the buy clean. It failed for a number of reasons, but a lot of it had to do with this whole procurement process and shaking it up, and who would be responsible for paying the premium, who would be responsible if the material wasn't available, who would be responsible if it didn't meet the specs. So there's a lot of work to be done there. I do think that there's momentum though to get there next round, because I think a lot of work was done sort of the buy clean that came out federally also, I think will help to, you know, to take that to conclusion next session, I hope. So the price premium, again, it's difficult right now when you're not at scale. It's you know, basic economics. We don't have economies of scale yet. We haven't, so the cost per unit is going to be higher. Typically, there's not going to be a lot of money available to pay a premium. So the question is, how is that going to be, where's that money going to come from? It's going to come from the taxpayers. It's going to come from, you know, these types of special grant programs. Is it going to come from subsidizing through income tax credits? That is a challenge though, because the materials will be more expensive, these more advanced materials. The other challenge I touched upon is this absence of a tool for actually quantifying how much CO2 is in that product via an LCA or an EPD. So there's this whole EPD PCR. There needs to be some kind of methodology that clearly lays out and identifies the CO2 that's embedded in the product. And Mo mentioned Carbon Star. That's one of the tools that it's becoming a standard, but it's a specification to identify how much CO2 is sequestered in concrete, for example. Yes.
2 minutes.
Oh, 2 minutes. Okay. Let's see. I think that's okay. I think this is the, yeah, it's the last slide. So just here's some solutions that I thought would be helpful to contemplate. So the first one is in California specifically. So the California Resources Board currently has this carbon capture CCS protocol. And so in order to monetize the low carbon fuel credit or to get credit for cap and trade, you have to basically you have to take the CO2 and geologically sequester it to get that credit. Otherwise, if you're sequestering it in a product, it's not eligible. So one of the I think one of the key sort of changes we need, updates in the CCS protocol, is to include mineralization as part of that protocol. I talked about developing an accounting methodology, also buy clean for concrete would be very helpful. There's also some discussion about creating a low carbon concrete standard, which is sort of on the same, I guess, concept as a low carbon fuel standard. This would now be a low carbon concrete standard. So using credits to incentivize basically to drive down the intensity of the CO2. The other element is, of course, the testing at, let's say, procurement agencies like Caltrans or DGS. How do we make sure that these materials can be tested in an accelerated fashion? So it's, you know, we'd hope that they possibly accelerate that so that these products could be approved in a more timely fashion. And then just ending with just continued collaboration, like these types of workshops. There's also various different advocacy groups, for example, the Carbon Capture Coalition, which Blue Planet is a member of. There's power in numbers, and so I think part of the achievements from the IRA, the 45Q enhancements, those couldn't have, I don't think, have been driven through without collaboration and without having kind of these coalition of like-minded, you know, the ecosystem of the carbon capture and conversion companies. So I think that's critical. And I think, yeah, I think that's it. If you want to open it up for questions.
Let's take Laura for a presentation.
Any questions?
Yeah, you've got.
That's wonderful to see there are some policy and regulations and policies for AV companies, and looks like that maybe companies which are traditional engineering or material based, there is more incentives or policies. What about biomanufacturing? Are there any policy incentives for some startups or companies which are in CO2 biomanufacturing?
Biomanufacturing, like fuels and things?
Those or like engineering algae to mineralize CO2 and put it into a form that could be incorporated into your building materials. for
I
instance.
see.
So something like that.
I don't know if I know much about that. Does anyone else, do you know?
There's plenty of room for that in the policy, but it's not in it right
Sorry.
now. One day. Any others?
I guess maybe this is more of a comment. I know NIST had a webinar about measurements around carbonate materials, and one of the things they wanted to do was just standardize a methodology to measure the carbonate quantity of concrete. Is that, do you think that's like the first step in kind of pulling out the differences of like good embodied carbon versus like bad embodied carbon in a way, or operational carbon perspectives?
I'm not familiar with that particular study. I know that there's an effort to measure the carbonation at this point. I know that's part of the discussion is, okay, concrete actually continues to absorb CO2 as it exists. And so now there's a methodology to measure what that impact would be. And then as far as trying to, so the challenge is that you need typically a year of data, of kind of historical data to develop an LCA or to develop an EPD. And for these sort of new innovative technologies, you don't have that kind of historical data. There's now this new concept of a predictive EPD, and it's something that comes out of, I don't know if you're familiar with this EC3 database.
Up in Washington.
Yeah, exactly. It comes out of Building Transparency. They're a nonprofit organization, and so they've got this database of EPDs for building materials, tens of thousands of them. And in order to try to encourage new materials, usage of new materials by procurement agencies, they've developed this predictive EPD that should be acceptable. So it is modeling, it is kind of best guess, but it's a protocol so that agencies can use that in case there's not a year of historical data. So I think that's something that's helpful, will be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Laura again. Okay, and I think next up we have Scott Fong. And Scott, are you going to drive today, or how would you like to approach it?
I'll let you control the slides. I'm more familiar with Microsoft Teams.
Let me pull Scott's slides up.
I have them.
It's a race between the two of us.
Well, let's see. It's a race. Is everybody seeing that?
Yes.
Hey, Scott, I'll stand here and be your puppet. Just tell me when.
Okay, thank you. All right, so my name is Scott Fong, and I'm an associate procurement engineer for the Department of General Services. I work in the engineering branch of procurement division. I was asked to present today on the Buy Clean California Act. And while it's not a carbon conversion program, it does rely on the results of life cycle assessment and the use of EPDs. So next slide. So what is the Buy Clean California Act? So the Buy Clean California Act targets carbon emissions associated with the production of structural steel, concrete reinforcing steel, flat glass, and mineral wool board insulation. So the initial release of this legislation just targeted 4 eligible materials. When these materials are used in public works, they must not have a global warming potential that exceeds a limit that was set by the Department of General Services. So history of Buy Clean California formally started out as AB 262, and it was signed into law in October 2017. And it's currently published under California Public Contract Code, sections 3500 through 3505. Next slide. So after it's released, so the original law required the limits to be set by January 1st of 2019 and implementation by July of the same year. There were 2 assembly bills that made modifications to the law, and basically it extended the implementation dates. There were it introduced a 2-year phase-in period to collect EPDs. It allowed exclusion of emissions during fabrication. It allowed setting of separate limits for different products within each category of materials. So those are the 4 basic materials that I stated previously. And it introduced some exemptions that could be taken by the awarding authorities, and those awarding authorities are the ones actually implementing the legislation in their procurement programs. And it required DGS to consult with the California Air Resources Board prior to setting the limits. Next slide. So what we have now are key legislation dates. So January 1st of this year, DGS was required to establish and publish the maximum acceptable global warming potential for each category of eligible materials, and we did that. We actually have a Buy Clean California website, which will be shown at the end. So January 1st, we published that. As of July 1st, the actual Buy Clean California Act went into effect. So contracts entered on or after this date between successful bidders and the awarding authorities will be subject to the requirements of the Buy Clean California Act. Beginning in January 1st, 2025, and every 3 years afterwards, DGS is supposed to review the limits, and we are allowed to adjust the number downwards to reflect the any industry improvements. We are not allowed to raise the limits from where they are. In January 1st, 2023, DGS must submit a report to the legislature on any obstacles and effectiveness for the Buy Clean California Act. Next slide. So the materials and agencies affected. So again, there's 4 construction materials involved: structural steel, carbon steel rebar, flat glass, and mineral wool board insulation. And there are, I won't call out each one of these, but there's 9 agencies here that are called the awarding authorities who must implement the Buy Clean California legislation. Next slide. So what are EPDs and where do I get them? So EPD is an independently verified and registered document. It reports the environmental, reports the product's environmental impact over its life cycle, and they're developed according to product category rules as well as ISO standards. And of course, the which environmental impacts that are reported are identified in these product category rules. Once an EPD is completed, in the background is a life cycle assessment needs to be done first. And then an EPD is produced, basically reporting the results. And they are made publicly available. and was published by program operators. Manufacturers of the affected construction materials will have to develop an EPD, which will be used to determine compliance to the Buy Clean California Act. Next slide. So the EPDs allowed for compliance. What is acceptable? We call out facility-specific producer or manufacturer EPDs. What is not acceptable are fabricator EPDs, industry-wide or industry average EPDs, multiple facility production-weighted EPDs from a single producer or fabricator. Now, the caveat is what we've seen to date are multiple facility EPDs that also break out individual facility performance. So when that occurs or when that is provided, that will be acceptable. Next slide. So differentiating producers versus fabricators. You know, the producer is the facility that produces the base material before it's sent to fabrication. So we are targeting the steel mills, the rebar mills, the mineral wool board insulation and flat glass plants. Fabricators, they are the entities that conduct additional processing to the base materials. So bending, tempering a glass, cutting, you know, they may obtain base materials from multiple manufacturers. So that that's another reason why we don't want EPDs from fabricators per se, because we are looking for facility specific impacts. So next slide. So as a discussion before on LCAs, you know, for comparability, we had to identify a particular PCR that these EPDs would ultimately be developed to and what our limits were based on. So for structural steel, the PCR was produced by UL Environment. The title is Part B, Designated Steel Construction Products, EPD requirements, and that's valid through 2025. The BCCA material scope, there are limits set for under the structural steel category. There are 3 limits set, one for hot rolled sections, hollow structural sections, and plate. Next slide, please. For carbon steel rebar PCR, that was also leverages the same PCR that I just described from UL. And the material scope here is concrete reinforcing steel per ASTM A615, 706, 767, and 775. So those are identified in the latest PCR. Next slide. Flat glass PCR that was developed under, by NSF International. The title is NGA PCR for flat glass that is valid through 2025. And the material scope here is clear or tinted float and rolled glass without additional processing, such as coatings, tempering, and laminating. Next slide. Mineral wool board insulation PCR. So that is also the program operator for that is UL Environment, and the title is Part B, Building Envelope Thermal Insulation EPD Requirements. That is valid through 2023. The BCCA material scope here is we determined under the material wool board, mineral wool board insulation product, there were 2 subcategories, one light density and the other high density mineral wool board insulation. So we have 2 limits to that, and it only affects the mineral wool board made of rock and slag. Next slide. So as I said before, DGS created a Buy Clean California webpage. These are active links, so I think once these slides are sent out, you can go on that, or you could just search on DGS Buy Clean California, and you'll find our webpage. We do have on that webpage. There's it'll show our limits. It will talk about. We have some FAQs, resources, and actually we also have links to other local cities who have similar Buy Clean requirements, and also a link to our legislative report to how we determine our limits. We have set up a Buy Clean California mailbox, which is listed there. So if anyone has any questions, that will come to our group, in the engineering branch, and we will address any questions that people may have on the Buy Clean California Act. So I might have gone quick. So that basically concludes my presentation there. Are there any questions on this?
There's no penalty for finishing early. And
okay.
Scott, for a great presentation. And does anyone have any questions? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Scott. This is Greg Cooney from DOE. Question about how the rules allow for or don't allow for contractual purchases of renewables. So given that you're looking for facility level EPDs, there could be quite a bit of differentiation on like regional energy mixes. So just curious how y'all are considering that as part of the program.
Well, the PCR itself, I mean, it describes how the LCA is supposed to be conducted, the boundaries, and how any considerations on energy sources. I'm not an LCA practitioner myself, but my understanding is, the PCR itself basically identifies kind of the rules how you would report your energy sources and impacts. So any differences in how the energy is sourced should show up in the EPD, as far as if you're on renewables, it should be a lower impact.
Thank you.
Hello, Scott Aaron here from DOE. If I heard you correctly, for your program, they have to do an LCA for the EPD. So my question is, when this program that we're planning to set up comes to fruition, is on board, if someone wants to apply to our program with their LCA, can they use that LCA also for the state of California's Buy Clean program? Would that be an option? Or would there be a need to do two different LCAs?
Well, again, so the LCA follows the basically requirements out of the PCR. So this is very specific to Buy Clean California and, or I should say, construction products, and the boundary here for Buy Clean California, at least for the PCRs, it's really the life cycle of the product. What they consider is just the product stage. So it doesn't go through the full life cycle stage of, beyond that. So, it's not considering the construction, use, end of life, or any other benefits. Some PCRs will allow other modules, information modules, to be reported, but from what I understand, what I heard today is that, with respect to carbon capture, you are trying to do a very specific, basically set up very specific rules for your LCA to be done, and for comparative purposes. And I don't think you can just take LCA that was done for the BCCA and just say, use that for a carbon capture program.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, let's thank Scott again. I don't see any questions. Delia, are you up next for the Caltrans implementation of the Buy Clean Act, and are you driving?
Yes, let me see if I can drive.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we're not in full screen mode yet, so if you just, there we go. Perfect. Over to you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you to the U.S. Department of Energy and the United States Energy Association, and to everyone who is attending this workshop. And I'll provide the process implementation efforts for the Buy Clean California Act. My name is Delia Aguirre. I am a transportation engineer. I work for Statewide Materials Support. This branch is under Material Engineering and Testing Services, short for MIT. And before I start with my presentation, I'd like to share our mission, which is to provide quality material engineering solutions for Caltrans transportation infrastructure that are safe, sustainable, and efficient. In today's presentation, I'll go over one of the goals that is outlined in the 2024 strategic plan. I'll discuss the Buy Clean California Act, Caltrans implementation specifications, the authorized material list that we have developed for rebar, how we are collecting the data, and I'll show the Department of General Services the global warming potential limits that they have published. And I'll go over a little bit on the environmental EPDs and the life cycle assessment. We have done a lot of communication efforts, training, and I'll conclude my presentation with the importance of EPDs. So Caltrans developed the 2024 strategic plan. We updated our mission, our vision. We also identify our values and our goals. One of our goals is to lead actions for climate change. And those actions include is through mitigation. We want to reduce greenhouse gases emissions for the transportation sector. Also through resilience, we want to strengthen our capability to withstand and recover from climate change impacts. And through leadership, we want to demonstrate leadership in climate actions by implementing reductions of greenhouse gases in the materials that are produced and incorporated in our transportation infrastructure. Just a little quick summary. I know Scott went over this, but the Buy Clean California Act targets reduction of carbon emissions that is associated with structural steel, carbon steel rebar, flat glass, and mineral wool board insulation. It was originally passed in 2017, and the legislation requires the submittal of EPDs for these 4 materials that are shown. The Buy Clean California Act came in 3 phases, and for each phase, Caltrans developed specifications, and we run pilot projects. In phase 1, prior to December 1st, 2019, we requested existing EPDs from suppliers. This data was just for information purposes, and it helped us communicate what was to come and to raise awareness to contractors and suppliers. In phase 2, from December 2019 to May 2021, we require EPDs. On July 2021, the Buy Clean California Act was amended by AB 137, and implementation requirements were postponed for a year. On January 1st of this year, the Department of General Services published the global warming potential limit. We have now entered phase 3 of the implementation, and we are now requiring EPDs in our specifications. This is a quick summary of Caltrans specifications. This is applicable for any project that is over $1 million, that it has 175 or more working days. And these are the thresholds for each material. This is effective for any contract on or after July 1st of this year. We are requiring the contractor to add EPD information into our DIME database, and I'll go over a little bit on DIME. And it is extremely important to know that the material cannot be incorporated until the EPD has been authorized. Through the pilot projects, we were able to collect EPDs, and we were able to develop an authorized material list, but this was only for rebar. In our specification, contractors need to select facilities that are listed here in order for the material to be incorporated into the project. We are collecting EPD data through DIME, and DIME is our where we collect, where contractors submit testing data for the projects. So our specification requires the contractors to submit EPD data and to upload a PDF of the EPD. These are the limits that DGS has published. We have 3 subcategories for hot roll for structural steel. One of them is hot roll, hollow, and a steel plate. Moving into EPDs. So an EPD basically documents the way a product affects the environment. For the Bipartisan California Act, we're interested in the global warming potential limit. These are the list of the EPD requirements. It has to be facility specific. It needs to represent the material. It has to be independently verified. It has to have a valid date that has not expired. It needs to be developed based on the appropriate PCR. And Scott went a little bit on the product category rules. It needs to be publicly available, and it must meet the global warming potential limits the DGS published. Now, different EPDs have different life cycle analysis. For the Bipartisan California Act, we only concentrate on the cradle to gate analysis, and this is the product stage. So this is only refers to the raw material extraction and the processing, the transportation to the manufacturer, and the cutting, welding, and bending that the material experiences during the fabrication. As you can see, there are more stages, but these are not yet incorporated into the Bipartisan California Act. Moving into our communication efforts, this is a short list and just a quick screenshot of the stakeholders that we have identified. Throughout the years and through the pilot projects, we have mentioned the Bipartisan California Act requirements. And as we move forward to statewide implementation, our communication efforts have increased, and we identify our industry partners, our contractors, our vendors, and we have collaborated with state agencies in California and outside of California. We have also identified Caltrans personnel that may be impacted by this new spec. Some of the communication efforts that we've done has been submitting material suppliers letters, just letting them know that, hey, this letter was sent in March, just giving them a heads up that this is coming. But we also develop a one-pager flyer for statewide distribution. In here, we have a quick shot of the GWP limits, a quick summary of our specifications, and the responsibilities for the contractor and for the resident engineer. We have been very proactive in making sure that our stakeholders are aware of the Bipartisan California Act and the submittals of EPD. We have set up training seminars for our contractors, for steel, rebar, and concrete vendors. We have informed our stakeholders during our regular scheduled meetings, and we have provided statewide implementation efforts to other state agencies. We have also trained our Caltrans personnel of this how to accept EPDs, and we have been developing different training tools for EPD acceptance. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done, but we are moving forward in developing implementation processes to reduce carbon emissions in the materials that we use in our transportation sector. EPDs are extremely important, and this is another tool for considering sustainability in our planning, construction, maintenance, and operations of our transportation system. We are making changes to the so that we can benefit the people of California. We can expand our partnerships, improve our programs, our projects, and this is more importantly for our planet. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you again, everyone who attended this workshop. And if you guys have any questions or need additional information, feel free to contact me via email or phone.
Any questions for Delia?
Looks like Zechariah has his hand
Zechariah,
up.
yeah, you have your hand up? CR 4135B MVP.
Yeah, this is Zechariah.
Zechariah.
Delia, thanks for your presentation. I have a question about the GWP limits. So it looks like they're specific to materials, but you also mentioned, or maybe it was Scott that mentioned there were the bill applies to 9 agencies, I think. And so I imagine each agency has a different use need for each one of those materials. Does the limits allow for that difference between agencies?
So we developed, I don't know what other agencies are doing. I'm assuming they have their own specifications. So I'm not really sure. I don't know if Scott Fong can answer that question.
Yeah, so there's only one set of limits that all agencies need to use, regardless of which materials they may end up using specifically. But we don't tailor the GWP limit according to agency or anything like that.
Yes, hi, Aaron Phillip here from DOE. If I understand correctly, on slide number 10, you showed some stages. Some were not yet incorporated into the program, so those are to be included at a later date. Is that correct?
We don't know. I mean, right now the Buy Clean California Act only concentrates on the product stage.
Okay.
They could incorporate some stages, but we don't know.
Okay, I have one last question. You showed a slide and showed how you did training programs throughout the state. And from these training programs and your implementation and facilitating these training programs, have you noticed an increase in participation from minority-owned businesses or businesses that do business in disadvantaged or underserved communities?
Can you repeat the question?
Oh, the question was, if I may paraphrase, it was basically asking if in these bids that you see from companies coming into this process, have you seen representation from minority-owned, veteran-owned, those types of business sectors, or those that come from historically underserved communities or disadvantaged communities?
So Caltrans has goals in their contracts already set in place. I don't know if Dominica is on the call. So those are already implemented. I don't know if the Buy Clean California Act has made any impacts on additional participation. Dominica, do you know?
Thanks, Delia. No, to be honest, for this particular effort, we're focused on making sure that we're meeting the legislation of the Buy Clean California Act. So although we are definitely trying to communicate the requirements as best we can.
Sorry to interrupt, but it really
really difficult to hear you. Would you be able to speak louder, please?
Yes, 1 second. All right, can you hear me a little bit better now?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I needed to switch my microphones. So for this particular effort, we're really focused on making sure that we're meeting the legislation for the Buy Clean California Act. So that has really been our focus. So as far as from an disadvantaged businesses, we haven't really been tracking it from that perspective at this point, although that is certainly something that is a value for Caltrans, and I'm sure that's going to be incorporated at some point. But right now, our focus is really making sure that we're getting those environmental impacts right now.
Thank you.
This is Charlene from DGF, and I can add some further comment on that. We haven't tracked it yet, but that doesn't mean we can't look up the spend. And we do have the association with the disadvantaged communities, so we could find out what was spent. The challenge is that the Buy Clean California Act is for specific spend volume, and many of our that's more for larger construction contracts, and they would have to have, a lot of them have subcontractors. So we'd have to look at it. But the challenge is that we have policy that says that we buy through a small business or disadvantaged or disabled veterans, and that's a lower threshold. So we have a lot of spend in that area, but they don't have the high contract dollar to really address. So again, some of the challenges is the way procurement is structured in legislation throughout the state, and what we have to do in competitive bidding. But we can look into that. I can take the spend and see what's been spent according to our disadvantaged communities and get back to you.
Okay,
yeah, thank you, Charlene. I just wanted to add, thank you for bringing that up. So as Delia had mentioned, for our contract documents, we do have a minimum $1 million where we're making this requirement and it goes into effect. So that does support kind of what Charlene was mentioning. We were doing it, more so as like a percentage, but that should hopefully help with that effort.
But
Yeah.
just for running time. so-
Yeah, real quick clarifying question. I actually had it for the $1 million. Is that for $1 million of the overall project budget or of the product procured?
That is for the project.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, let's thank the speakers again. Now we're going to go up north a little bit to Oregon and have a presentation on Oregon's exploration into Buy Clean policies. And we have a double header here, Zechariah Heck and Scott Nelson. And are you gentle people going to be driving, or how would you like to run it?
Yeah,
I think Zach's going to be driving.
I can drive.
Great,
Hopefully
over to you.
Bear with me while I begin to share.
There you go.
Can you guys see it?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, well, first I want to start off and say, my name is Scott Nelson. I'm the Structure Services Engineer for ODOT. I've been with ODOT for about 34 years. I've had a varied career, from working out in the field to designing bridges to being the state's materials engineer for roughly 15 years, and then also managing the structure services unit, which has been a really good thing for me. But I just wanted to start off by thanking Aaron Fuller with the Department of Energy for reaching out and giving us a chance to talk a bit about our Buy Clean process and our EPD legislation, our House Bill 4139. And then again, I want to go on record and give Zachariah, my partner here, a thank you for putting this presentation together, because I'm very busy with other project related work and didn't have time to do much. And if it wasn't for him, we'd be, you guys would all be just listening to us talk and have nothing to look at. So I appreciate it, Zach. So with that said, again, I just wanted to say thanks for giving us the opportunity to chat a bit at a high level regarding Oregon's Buy Clean process. And it really starts at the top through our governor, Kate Brown, the Transportation Commission, ODOT's director, Chris Strickler, and put down on paper in a document called ODOT Strategic Action Plan. And that's kind of where it all started. And what that document does is sets a high level direction and priorities for the agency. And there's many priorities there, but among some of those, including funding, building our roads and bridges. But one of our biggest priorities is our goal to reduce greenhouse gases through the work that we do and the work that we administer. And then kind of finally at a high level, I'm just going to talk a bit about how Zachariah and myself fit into that picture. So as you can see here, ODOT, we have about 4,500 employees, much smaller than Caltrans. But a big chunk of that is through our operations division. And you can see it's kind of laid out into 6 business lines: public transportation, urban mobility, transportation commission, and office of excellence. But the 2 important ones and relevant to today's discussion are the delivery and operations business line, as well as policy, data, and analysis. And that's because that's where Zachariah and myself, who we work for. And so I work for construction section. Construction section, we have about 104 employees, kind of spread out through these 6 units, and I manage, of these 6 here, the structural services unit. And the reason why that's important is really because of my roles and responsibilities in that, and specifically related to this discussion. My roles in developing standard specifications for the selected materials that we have in concrete, steel, and to a lesser extent asphalt. Those are part of our House Bill 4139 materials. And then my roles and responsibilities, reviewing and approving statewide concrete mix designs. And then because of this House bill, my role, and it's brand new to me and to ODOT, is my role in managing ODOT's EPD program as outlined by the House bill. And that's brand new. I'm new at it. I'm learning a lot, relying on Zachariah and others to help us through that. But through my office, we'll hire a sustainability engineer and really take it a step-by-step approach to meeting the priorities of that House bill. So in a nutshell, yeah, what does construction section do? So we lead continuous improvement of overall construction program quality and statewide consistency. We provide responsible for statewide construction policies, procedures, and processes. And that bullet is really where I think the heart of our EPD program and the specifications changes that perhaps will come from that are going to live within that bullet. And then we provide construction expertise and training programs so that all of our staff are plumbed up. They're educated on what we're trying to do, as well as our contracting community. And so, yeah, in a nutshell, that's kind of what we do, how I fit into the program, and the real meat and potatoes at a high level. Zachariah is going to basically take it from there and talk a little bit about what he does and how it all fits. So take it away, Zach.
All right, thanks, Scott. So as Scott mentioned, the Climate Office where I work is partnering with the construction section and Scott's team on our implementation of our Buy Clean Oregon bill, or the EPD bill, as we reference it. From my understanding, the Climate Office is a bit of a unique feature or division in a DOT. So just want to have a slide on what we do. Transportation is the largest sector emitting greenhouse gases in Oregon, about 40%. So it's an important thing for us to address. And obviously, we got many fires going on across the West these days, but definitely in Oregon. So it's important for us to, as a state agency, to lead by example and do our part to reduce emissions as best we can. The one project I wanted to share is a greenhouse gas inventory project that took most of the calendar year 2021. We finished this project up in January of this year. So this project came out of our strategic action plan. It was aimed at figuring out ways to reduce our emissions from construction and maintenance operations. So looking at the fuels we use and the materials we use. And then, so it set a baseline and then came up with a list of recommendations. This chart gives an overview of our total emissions. It's pretty typical from a DOT from my understanding, but as this red arrow indicates, 70% of our emissions come from the use of steel, concrete, and asphalt. So obviously a big opportunity there to focus in and see where we can reduce emissions while maintaining performance. So we had a project advisory group that sat in throughout the course of this project. That group with our consultants came up with over 40 recommendations on ways the DOT can reduce our emissions. They include, here are just 3 of them, but maximize the use of our SCMs, supplementary cementitious materials, support contractor and materials through the transition, which is a big part of what we're doing now, attending workshops and whatnot, letting them know about the work we're doing or hoping to do and partner with them, and then develop an environmental product declaration program or an EPD program. And so that's where that this project ties into today's discussion. And then sort of aside from that, at least as far as I know, but serendipitously, our state legislature this year in March passed House Bill 4139, referred to in many different ways, but can be called the Buy Clean bill. It requires the DOT, and it's the only state agency called out in this bill actually, to set up a program to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So we are to collect EPDs and conduct LCAs on asphalt, concrete, and steel. We are to have this program set up no later than the end of 2025. So we really are just at the initial stage of this implementation of this legislation. Then we are to devise strategies to reduce emissions and report back to the legislature as well as our Oregon Transportation Commission. One thing I wanted to quickly note is that the bill fortunately does allow for regional variability and prioritizes quality and performance, which was really key for us to make sure that we have those built into our program. So implementation, again, we're just starting out here, so quite the difference from California and Caltrans. But Scott and I are on a weekly team. We meet regularly to share information and ask questions and research answers for them. This is not new, but we are continuing efforts to research and test low carbon materials. The photos here on this slide show one of our low carbon concrete where we use a higher blend of SEMs in a concrete roadway. This fun fact, this is actually right along the Oregon Trail on Interstate 84. and then later this year, probably by the beginning of 2023, we aim to hire a sustainability engineer to help us implement the bill, and then also have a technical advisory committee set up to help guide our work as well. Scott, anything you want to add on this slide?
No, other than get a little bit in the weeds. This process for this concrete paving is a gradation optimization research project through Oregon State, where we're deviating a little bit from ACI 211, which most states use to develop concrete mix designs. And so we basically through research, we've been able to reduce substantially about 100 pounds of cementitious materials from that mix, which is substantial. And so we're real excited about it. I just had a meeting with our researchers just prior to this meeting as well. So things are looking good. We're looking at ways to take that research and move it into other areas of concrete work that we do around for the department.
Yeah, and to add to that, one final point, we're preparing an in-house EPD for this mix design, and then comparing that with, I think, what the status quo or baseline mix would have been. So that's one way we're learning more about EPDs and getting to understand the process better, what we'll be asking our contractors to provide. So I'll admit I am not 100% or fully understand what the carbon conversation entailed today. I was only able to attend bits and pieces of it, but I wanted to offer a slide mentioning a few recommendations for the broader consideration of the group. This may be obvious, but nonetheless share them. So training and education is really key. Scott will share among a lot of everybody else at ODOT. EPDs and LCA was not on our radar 18 months or so ago. So really important to share more information about what embodied carbon is all about. Improve data and best practices for particularly the use phase. When we're talking life cycle assessments, our bill does require us to perform LCAs for these materials. It doesn't really describe what stages or modules are required, but we're pretty hesitant to rely on cradle to grave LCAs because of the lack of high quality consistent data for the use phase. Focus on EPDs for specific ingredients, not necessarily for plants or for a mix design. The reason being, what we found is that plants can use industrial averages, which leads to huge variations in the overall emissions. So for instance, one plant can use industry average, and the variation can be up to 40% for a concrete plant. So really important to get an LCA or an EPD for the ingredients that go into these final products. And then sort of tied to that first bullet, but just stakeholder outreach, not just working with DOTs and public agencies, but also the private industry as well. And those very brief high-level overview, but happy to answer any questions the group might have.
Joseph, you have a quick hand up?
No, that's a clap.
That's a clap. Okay. Any questions? Yes.
Thank you guys both for a really good presentation. I'm curious, how are state, particularly Oregon, engaging with the federal DOT, explicitly the sustainable pavement groups?
Yeah, so I'm actually a member on the Sustainable Pavements Technical Working Group that FHWA sponsors. So I've been learning a lot through that process and then sharing it with Scott and my other colleagues at ODOT.
I guess a follow-on, is there going to be like a degree of harmonization across any upcoming state clean programs or like LCA testing protocol, or is this mostly an engagement just to increase awareness rather than like a degree of consistency across practices?
I think right now we're at the share information stage, and pretty far from any sort of consistency across states. As California covered, I mean, they actually have a GWP threshold set. Our bill does not have that specificity in there. We aren't even allowed to consider a threshold until 2027. And frankly, we aren't sure that we want to based on the current state of EPDs and LCAs right now. We're wanting to make sure that there's some more rigor and consistency in the products we're seeing. So yeah, much of it is definitely just sharing information. Delia mentioned we've met with their team, doing other types of meetings. Hey, what are you doing? This is what we're doing. Have you thought about this, etc.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's thank the speaker. Oh,
I just have one quick question, Aaron Fuller. What plans or what are your strategies for community outreach and your Bipartisan implementation goals?
Community outreach. I think that's what I heard there. So we, yeah, and I'm glad you asked that question because for the sake of brevity, I skipped over this, but part of the bill requires ODOT to set up a grant program to help material providers develop EPDs. And so we haven't quite figured out what that grant program will look like. Maybe it can tie into the DOE's program, but yeah, we're gonna utilize the grant program to share the upcoming requirement, and then really probably relying on our technical advisory committee to get the word out. We have at least 2 industry representative groups focused on asphalt and concrete that we work closely with. They helped create the bill actually, so we'll partner with them, and then definitely want to focus in on our minority-owned businesses so that they're aware of the opportunities and the upcoming requirements as well. I don't know if Scott has anything else to add there.
Yeah, you touched on it. I was going to say certainly we will rely on our relationship with both APAO, that's our Asphalt Association, and then OCAPA, which is our Concrete Producers Association. And like Zachariah said, they were instrumental in helping to write the bill and had the ability to comment on it. But we meet with those folks monthly, and so part of that is just to continue that conversation, and through that, everybody should know full well what's coming down the pipe.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. So now we're going to get into the final frame. And this will be presentations by myself and Sarah Baker from Lawrence Livermore about some thoughts about CO2 at both of the national labs, and also some thoughts about the path forward. Obviously, the national labs are kind of the pre-feeder into procurement in the best case. We are not companies, so you're not going to procure from us. But we do work with industry to transform a lot of things around marketplace, and I'll be highlighting some of those during my talk, and I know Sarah will as well. And so, begin. So I just want, since this is a new crew to Berkeley Lab, I had to give a little bit of an introduction. It's one of the world's leading research institutions, along with the other 16 national labs that are part of the Department of Energy. It's got about $1 billion in budget with about 4,000 staff. And it's got 5 major research facilities serving 14,000 users, which is greater than 1/3 of all the national lab users. And we pride ourselves on being the Berkeley crew and kind of on the far edge of the fringe, if you will, in terms of what is possible, what is doable. And I think by pushing the envelope and not licking it, we've been able to sit on our accolades pretty well. We have 14 Nobel Prize winners, 15 National Medals of Science, and 86 members of the National Academies, which is about 4% of the membership, which is an astounding number when you put it in perspective. And our most recent Nobel laureate is Jennifer Doudna, who came up with a revolutionary approach to gene editing in this gene editing period based on the CRISPR technology. And it's a pleasure to work with her. She's actually part of the Joint Bioenergy Institute that you are sitting in right now. We consider ourselves a solutions department. We are use-inspired, mission-driven team science. That is in our DNA. And we really pride ourselves on delivering big science to provide solutions to the big challenges. And carbon is one of those, and climate change is one of those. And we have really assembled, I think, a pretty impressive force of capabilities and expertise to go after this problem in a very focused way. Biosciences, biological sciences, that's my area that I belong to. And biology was part of Berkeley Lab from day one. And it was basically trying to understand the effect of ionizing radiation and non-ionizing radiation on humans and organisms and animals. And that was part of the Manhattan Project way back in the day that gave rise to all the national labs. And it's something that actually was a predecessor to it and leading up to isotopic separations and then studying those isotopes and how they interact with complex organisms. We are really aligned around the bioeconomy and biomanufacturing. A former associate laboratory director of biological sciences was part of the White House in the Obama administration and wrote the bioeconomy blueprint for the United States. And when she came over to our lab, that imprinted on us in a big way. And we really rallied around and aligned our research efforts around how can we be a catalyst of change for the bioeconomy at both the national and global levels. The bioeconomy is huge. It's about $1 trillion in 2020. And carbon utilization and carbon conversion and manufacturing, we call it C1 biomanufacturing, can be a really big force driver and force multiplier for the bioeconomy writ large. And we do have strategic planning and techno-economics and life cycle analysis that goes into our strategic planning. And so we really have our eyes on the prize, even though we are Berkeley and we really love science and that's what we do. We like science with an application in mind. And we have our eyes on the marketplace transformation to try and drive that innovation forward. And we have a huge network of industry partners that we work with every day. We are entrepreneurial at our core. I think we have some postdocs in the room and maybe you'll meet some in your tours later. They all want to start the next Google, right? It's part of being in the Bay Area. It's part of the ecosystem and the enterprise spirit. And we foster that. And we actually have a technology startup incubator, Cyclotron Road, that is at Berkeley Lab that we actually house startups from without the lab and internal to the lab to try and get them through their first baby steps to technical maturation. And here's just an example of some of the products that we've done. Impossible Foods. I love their products. I love to eat. But I think that's another thing in carbon negative systems. How can we get off of our protein-based animal diet and move into something that's a little more sustainable and has a potential to be carbon negative as well? In terms of creating a net negative carbon enterprise, and I know Sarah's going to be talking about this a lot. Obviously, the focus and the attention and the spotlight has been on carbon capture and storage, right? Because that is the true decriminalizing of carbon, right? You bury the sins of the past and you promote the green future that you want in the present, and it really is the gigaton opportunity, right? But the question is, to me, how can we divert or utilize some of that carbon to the benefit of the economy and keep the things that we don't want coming out of the ground in the ground? And how can we still drive the economy without paying a premium for it and still drive economic growth and opportunity and increase the equity and justice issues that we are facing with in the Department of Energy in particular? And so the question is, can we combine cheap, abundant energy? Let's hope that it turns out to be the case. Natl, we're relying on you. And really take net electricity that is renewable and cheap and combine that with CO2 and maybe biology and electrochemistry and a variety of different catalytic means. And can we come up with the products that can really penetrate the market and the infrastructure and be net negative in and of themselves, even though they get used, even though they get burned in engines, even though they get used in polymers, even though they go to places that we may not want them to go, the overall net effect is that it is still carbon negative. And that is a sustainable future that I am personally a big favor of. And of course, going into industrial sources of carbon capture and utilization, getting into atmospheric scrubbing like direct air capture, can we couple those carbon capture technologies with carbon conversion technologies to drive the economy in a painless way? That's kind of the aspirational idea. And a great place to start, and Berkeley Lab is part of this, is in the CO2 Utilization Consortium that the Bioenergy Technologies Office has underway, where we're looking at point sources from biorefineries, the fermentation organisms that generate ethanol, also generate carbon dioxide. Can we capture that and sequester it and turn it into a net negative biorefinery? Whether it's cellulosic ethanol, corn ethanol, what have you. And so Earth-based negative emission and carbon management solutions in the Earth and Environmental Sciences area at Berkeley Lab, led by Jan Burkhalzer and Will Collins, leading the Carbon Negative Initiative for the laboratory. We're looking at this enterprise zone approach to ecosystem management and understanding. So going from enhanced soil weathering and looking at biotic and abiotic controls to try and enhance the overall weathering effect and maybe turn it in a positive direction in terms of its carbon credit and benefit. Looking at multi-model carbon monitoring for carbon credits, carbon accounting and carbon forensics, I think is going to be one of the Achilles heel that we will need to address in a substantive way. And how do we combine atmosphere, land, soil, water, marine, and beyond in terms of understanding the carbon cycle and being able to understand where that carbon came from, where it ended up, and how do we give credit where credit is due, and how do we give blame where it is due? And how do we catch people trying to bend the system? Because that was a really big problem in the biofuel market very early on, with people saying, oh yeah, we got this from a renewable source that's sustainable, and it turned out to not be the case. How do you do those forensics to actually get into validation and verification of that proposition? And then of course, geological sequestration, and all of these are moving parts that need to be very elegantly orchestrated and controlled and managed in order to achieve the effect and impact that we want. And I'm not sure that our control systems and logic and understanding in automated or manual controls are at that level yet. But we need to get there sooner rather than later. I don't know what happened to the graphics here, but this is a Berkeley Labs carbon mitigation research. Here we go. It's Earth-based negative emission and carbon management. I've already went into some of this in the previous slide. But another thing that's also important is understanding the natural carbon sink and trying to enhance that, the plant microbe interface and rhizosphere studies, trying to understand the role of microbial communities next to the root interfaces, so that if you do have a biofuel and biomass enterprise, you're actually turning that into net negative profiles as well by enhancing the carbon sink in through the root systems. And then turning carbon into products. We have the Joint Bioenergy Institute, as well as a multitude of other programs that are looking at how can you transform renewable, sustainable biomass, be it lignocellulose or algae or what have you, into biofuels and bioproducts that are net zero or perhaps net negative. We're looking at artificial photosynthesis. And we're looking at biofuels and biomanufacturing to try and decarbonize industry. And especially in chemicals and polymers and in manufacturing, those are really going to be tough to decarbonize. You can't do a plug and play and replace carbon with hydrogen and still make the products that go into the marketplace. So how do you tune that fork, if you will? And then, of course, direct air capture, capturing flue gas, direct air capture for diffuse atmospheric carbon dioxide. Metal organic frameworks is something that we've done a lot of work with at the Molecular Foundry in the energy technologies area. And then looking at the intersection between all three to either come up with a horizontally or vertically integrated system that actually moves the needle in carbon sequestration and mitigation. We have a lot of projects that we funded internally through the lab. This is just a snapshot of them.
A lot of them are like natural system capture, store, and track. So how can you do extended weathering? How can you get non-destructive measurement of carbon distribution in soil? Can also be applied to concrete. And can we get cyanobacterial systems engineered to enhance mineralization and sequestration that way? Also looking at advanced interconversion approaches, looking at accelerated electrochemical direct air capture, so reactive carbon capture. As you're capturing the system, you react it and convert it into a long-lived product to make it easier to store and or use. Can we get electrochemical regeneration of aqueous alkaline carbon dioxide absorbents? And can we get direct CO2 dissociation technologies for oxygen production? Nice little project there. And then techno-economic analysis we highlight here on the bottom, if you can see it. We do TEA and LCA for all of these projects to understand where they are in the overall TRL level, as well as the cost curve impacts and whether they are ready for prime time or not. And this goes across all of the areas at Berkeley Lab. We're also in the C1 biomanufacturing effort. This is led by Steve Singer, who was in the back of the room, who's not there now. He's got projects from the CO2 consortium at the Bioenergy Technologies Office, looking at the electrochemical bioconversion of syngas to sustainable aviation fuels, primarily dimethyl cyclooctane, which is a higher energy density compound that can enable range and long haul flights. Looking at engineering carbon dioxide uptake and conversion simultaneously, and looking at some very elegant hosts, and this is work that is funded by the Energy Biosciences Institute. Deepika is lead of a project that's looking at methyl microbiome bioengineering for negative carbon emission bioproduct synthesis. Didn't think I was going to get that out in one breath, but I did. And she's really looking at, can we take these methanotropes and engineer them so that they can metabolize methane and CO2 to produce malonate, which can go into a lot of long-lived products like industrial coatings, fragrances, and polyester textiles. We have the Agile Biofoundry, which is a biomanufacturing facility here, a project. It's actually a partnership with 6 national labs in addition to Berkeley Lab. And it's really, how do we decrease the time to realize a new product in the marketplace that is realized through synthetic biology? And we're working with 25 projects with industry and academia to prove that value proposition. And we're doing that through directed funding opportunities that bring industry and national labs together in an integrated way. And it's been a very effective model for building partnerships that span the public-private domains. And it's something that maybe FECM and others may want to investigate about a funding mechanism to get over different TRL levels and bring things to market sooner, better, faster. And then finally, hopefully you'll get to see this on the 3rd floor for those of you that are going to stick around for the tours. We have the Advanced Biofuels and Bioproducts Process Demonstration Unit. And this is a scale-up facility that is open to collaboration with industry. We've worked with over 70 companies. I call it the heavy metal lab. It is by far my favorite lab in all of Berkeley because it says big tanks, big steel, big pipes, and big projects. And to give an idea of the impact of this facility, you can go to Target and Costco, and there are 17 products in the marketplace now that were enabled by working at this facility. And I can't think of any bigger testament to return on the investment to the taxpayer than something like that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sarah, if there are any questions before I do that, and we can hear from Lawrence Livermore. Zechariah, is that a hand or a clap? That's a hand.
I think that's a.
Is that a ghost hand?
It's a legacy hand.
Legacy hand. Okay. We will leave it to the end. Sarah, I'll pull up your slides now. There you go. Oh, that is going
Not showing up.
my screen sharing the pod. Resume share. Sorry about that. There you go.
All right. All right, so my name is Sarah Baker. I lead our carbon conversion program at Lawrence Livermore. I am excited to be here because things are moving. I mean, that's why we're here. Actually, the marketplace is going to start to pull hopefully on these new technologies that we're developing. I'm also a lead in the Livermore Carbon Initiative. I don't have an overview of Lawrence Livermore I do want to talk about our carbon initiative. We've been working on preparing technologies and understanding the landscape that we need for negative carbon emissions over the past 5 years. This is an initiative led by Roger Ames, and that initiative has an analysis piece as well as soil carbon, and finally carbon utilization, carbon products. Exactly why we're here. If we're going to move large amounts of CO2, we need it to be we need to have markets for it. Okay, so I just wanted to show maps that represent the changing landscape and changing opportunities for California. Just thinking about the western region here. If we start to re-envision how we make carbon products, carbon-based products, moving away from petroleum into CO2, we're opening up a lot more sources, and so this opens up industries in California. What's shown here are just the biogenic sources on the right there, and of course, if we use biogenic CO2, our carbon intensity is even lower. And we've been looking mostly at Lawrence Livermore at technologies for electrochemical conversion of carbon dioxide to ethylene, and that's because ethylene is it's pretty dirty. If we could convert our ethylene production from petroleum to another source of carbon, like CO2, we can mitigate on the order of gigatons globally. Also, huge markets as well. Okay, and then also thinking about the ecosystem that's needed, right? It's not just, there are so many supporting factors that need to move to make CO2 into products. And I just wanted to point out Governor Newsom's recent, and I know we have people from state government here, and that's not my area, so hopefully I'm saying this correctly, but Governor Newsom's recent priorities for carbon removal, negative emissions, 20 million tons of negative emissions in California by 2030. Is that correct? Without it, okay, 20 million tons. I know that's not all engineered solutions, but if a million of that is, think about the networks of CO2, the trucks, refrigerated CO2 trucks driving in the freeways of California, right? So that's going to start moving carbon, and that's part of the ecosystem we need for carbon conversion as well, not just geologic storage. And California is a great place for carbon removal and its ecosystem. I was part of something that came out of our carbon initiative. We call it the Getting to Neutral report because we like to talk about it a lot. So we looked at the opportunities in California for negative emissions and moving CO2 underground. And of course, there's so many co-benefits in California from mitigating forest fires and also improving air quality. And so just showing, this is a map of opportunities that we generated for a report we did for Microsoft. And the dark green areas are areas of high opportunity for biomass carbon removal and storage. And you can see California lights up right here with a lot of green, that Central Valley, because we have a lot of biomass and we have a lot of geologic storage capacity, and that means we can move a lot of CO2 in our state underground and into products. Okay, so other elements of our CO2 conversion ecosystem that we need, that I'm sure everyone here is aware of. And some of these things national labs can really help with. So the supply chain issues, if we're making a new technology that can convert CO2, which is sort of where we sit at the national labs. It's not just that catalyst that's going to convert the CO2, it's everything around it. And so we can start, if we're working with a manufacturer or customer, we can look at alternatives. Workforce, we can be an engine for creating this, helping to create this workforce that's needed, both, for producing the materials and for running the facilities. Co-location challenge, I don't know if this has been mentioned, CO2 source of electricity and product offtake, where is the best location to site these technologies, to site these conversion facilities? National labs have people who do systems analysis, GIS, who can help find these opportunities and be the connector between the manufacturer and the customer. Early partnership is fantastic. I work on technology development, and a lot of time we're asking the question, what scale does this need to be at? What is the concentration of CO2? What are the impurities? We can't answer the question because we need to be connected with the customer. The customer is going to start to come, it sounds like. That's why we're here. But that we can be that bridge to start to develop the technologies in the right way earlier on. Okay, so this is just another representation of that bridge and how we can think about national labs in this ecosystem where, yes, we can spin in the seed scale science and we can work on overcoming some of those valleys of death in partnership. Okay, so where are we working at Lawrence Livermore in terms of carbon conversion, carbon management? And I think some of these areas could be helpful for industry. We are very deep in advanced manufacturing, and this can help early stage companies, de-risk their technology, right? Rapid prototyping, testing, new designs. I like to say we can print anything. I haven't met something we haven't been able to print at Lawrence Livermore, and we have what we call an advanced manufacturing lab in our open campus. It's designed for partnership for industry to come in and work together. Multi-scale modeling. We work with a number of companies who know that you don't want to build a pilot plant that you don't have a model for. You're going to waste a lot of money. So we're helping companies in this space develop those models. Because these systems can be so complex, they need to be multi-scale in a lot of ways. So we have a supercomputer. We have the world's largest computer. Some years. So this helps us build models of the appropriate complexity to understand these systems. And again, we are working a lot on electrochemical conversion. This is a long-term play, but we believe in an electrified world. This could be the most direct route to make these products. And just a few highlights, and I know I'm standing between everyone and having a break. Just a few highlights of how advanced manufacturing has helped us improve performance in electrochemical devices. Through rapid prototyping, we've rapidly improved performance. We print these reactors overnight in a machine shop. It would take weeks, at least at Livermore it would. And we can readily share designs. Here's our STL file. You can print it yourself. Try it. Let's compare. We are excel in material science, so controlling all components of these new systems, we can realize performance improvements there as well. All the way from the scale of porosity to the three-dimensional structure of the components can improve the performance of these devices. So the last example here is controlling the three-dimensional structure. within a volume, you can improve productivity, which is often one of the key metrics for the economics. I wanted to highlight some of our current carbon conversion partners with current projects that we have, and I wanted to point out a lot of these are in the West. That's our regional perspective in this workshop here. So a lot of UCs, Stanford, as well as Berkeley Lab, and then of course industry. 12 is I think they're in Berkeley, close by, carbon conversion company, SoCal Gas, the nation's largest natural gas distributor. So a wide range of partners. A lot of these are on the manufacturing side, not necessarily on the end user side. So that's where we like to connect. You can't have conversion without capture. So I do want to highlight really briefly our capture program. We work at, everything from small scale. We're piloting materials for biogas capture this summer. Of course, that's relevant to this as well. Capturing CO2 from biogenic sources at small scale. Other applications like feeding algae, point source capture, using advanced manufacturing to improve performance, direct air capture. So in a lot of ways, we have found that we can use this material science modeling expertise to increase the efficiency of these sorts of reactions. So I just wanted to show one fun video to wake everyone up, not because it's an enormous, groundbreaking result, but it sort of illustrates where we are, where we play at Livermore. This is showing a standard carbon capture packing. And it's our three-dimensional model that we run on a supercomputer that shows the distribution of a capture liquid in that solid. We can access structures that you can only access with 3D printing. So that's shown here on the right. And you can see our three-dimensional fluid dynamics model that represents that. And so the fluid is spread out much more efficiently. It's contacting more CO2 from the mixed gas stream. And it turns out that these do work over 20% better, which means you could have a 20% smaller contactor, which means it's 20% less expensive. So all of this is good. So, we've shown, I haven't counted how many times we've shown we can improve performance using advanced manufacturing modeling that interplay. Now we are also thinking about how we make it matter. These systems are enormous. We can't 3D print a tower like that. So that's Petronova carbon capture tower. So we're thinking, how do we translate these learnings into something scalable? So we have a whole initiative looking at early identification of risks in these climate technologies, how to predict scaling behavior and emergent phenomena, and how to design for scale, even in advanced manufacturing, and using modeling and manufacturing along the way to assist in this. I don't think I need to go into this as well. CO2 electrolysis is where we have a lot of focus, but suffice to say, we believe that these modern tools that we apply to this could help industry de-risk these technologies. So here are some ideas of how we could accelerate CO2 conversion in the Western region, mainly with a focus on CO2 electrolysis. National lab demonstration projects with California, collaborating with California students and interns, universities, to both de-risk the technology, but also prepare the workforce. If we're working together side by side on these technologies and really kicking the tires on them, we're going to have that dual benefit. Partnerships between product manufacturers and customers and national labs can be the glue. As I mentioned before, really these demonstration projects, even small ones, to demonstrate how carbon capture and utilization can benefit California communities. I like to show this flare from our Livermore water reclamation plant because it's the bane of my existence when I drive by it, because we don't need to be doing that. But small scale capture is just not cheap enough. What if we could extinguish that flare with a demonstration project, at least a little bit of it, right? Ultimately, if we could do that, it would, I think people would notice and people would see the benefit to this. And finally, prototyping facilities, places where we could work alongside companies, provide the space, provide the expertise. Livermore, we have 2,500 engineers to help close this gap between bench and pilot scale climate technologies. And that's it. So that's my final slide. Hopefully, I've provided some ways we believe national labs can be a major resource to help create this ecosystem that we need, and really highlighting, of course, helping to create this skilled carbon management workforce. When we talk to large companies in this space, this is their biggest piece of heartburn, is that we're not training people today in the universities to do large-scale electrochemistry. We're teaching people to do thermochemistry. So that's why they want to work with us, and that's why we can have a role there in developing these technologies together with the students. All right, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. That was really an awesome presentation. There's a lot of cool takeaways from it. Opening the floor to any questions or comments. Not seeing any online. It is the end of the day.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
The last. Yeah, that's why I put a video.
Yeah.
It's very cool stuff.
Well, if we could give Sarah one more round of applause. We are at the end of our day. I just want to say thank you to all of you who joined us today and made it through the whole day, or showed up for the end. Really appreciate it. We have 2 follow-up workshops, one in New York on September 27th, one in Minneapolis on October 18th. I don't expect everyone to travel to those, but if you can help us spread the word, particularly among the procurement community, state level and municipal level procurement, we really want to get the word out for this program, and make. I shouldn't say we. DOE really wants to get the word out for this program. So any assistance with that would be much appreciated. I think it's beneficial to private industry as well, because it's developing a market for your products. With that, I'm going to pass it over to Amishi to close us out here. But just want to say thank you again. Oh, yes.
The question is, the content regionals different, or is it consistent?
Yes and no. So kind of the first half is pretty much the same, and then the second half is more regional focused. That's kind of been on me.
And the feedback, hopefully, during the discussions varies region to region. I promise I'll be less than a minute. The biggest thing I have to say is these regional workshops seem a little abstract in nature. A lot of what we do seems sometimes abstract, especially requests for information. We understand that. But every moment that we take to be a little bit more considerate about how we develop these large sums of money has a ripple effect in how we frame our carbon conversion economy, our carbon management technologies, protocols, standards. So for that, thank you all online, thank you all here, and thank you especially to the 2 guys here that have put in a lot of effort to make these happen, Alex and Aaron. So round of applause. Good.
I think we're good. Those of us in the room are our prize for being here in person, I think, is the opportunity to do a little tour. Sarah in the back is gonna locally backed. So, and I'm
Can we leave
gonna
our
close
stuff
this
here?
out online.
Yeah, but do we have, can we leave stuff in this room or? And do